Good morning. The Board of Education.
Good morning. It is June 2nd, 2023. It is 9 a.m. and welcome to the San Marino Unified School District Board of Education special meeting. Here's your board president, Shelley Ryan.
Thank you. Board of Education special meeting this morning begins at 9 o'clock at the Huntington Library and Gardens in the Melanie's classroom. It is located at 1151 Oxford Road in San Marino, California, 91108. All meetings of the Board of Education are open to members of the public unless publicly noticed as a confidential closed session as allowed by the Law Education Code section 35147. Members of the public may address the board as outlined in the public comments section of the agenda. The audio of all meetings is recorded, and a member of the public may be held liable for any slanderous or otherwise defamatory statements. In consideration of the board, members of the audience, please turn off, silence your cell phones while in the boardroom. San Marino Unified School District encourages those with disabilities to participate fully in the public meeting process. If you need a disability-related modification or accommodation, including auxiliary aids or services to participate in the public meeting, contact the assistant to the superintendent at jdelatorre@SMUSD.us or at 626-299-7000 extension 1310 at least 48 hours before the scheduled board meeting so that we may make every reasonable effort to accommodate you under Government Code Section 54953.2 and the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, Section 202-42 U.S.C. Section 12132. Documents provided to a majority of the Board of Education regarding an open session item on this agenda will be made available for public inspection at the district office, which is located at 1665 West Drive, San Marino, during normal business hours. In addition, such writings and documents may be viewed on the district's website at www.smusd.us. I'd like to open the session. Call to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Thank you, Mr. Chang. Thank you, Mrs. Gill. And so with that, I'd also like to do roll call. Ma'am? Aye. Gill?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Chang?
Aye.
Mrs. Ryan? Aye. And so the agenda has been approved and roll call is taken. Public comment. The Board of Education has adopted Board Policy 9323B to ensure the public's right to be heard in any matters pertaining to the San Marino Unified School District. Public comment is limited to only those items that are listed on the special meeting agenda under Government Code Section 54954.3A. Persons who wish to provide public comment will have three options to submit public comment. You may submit through an online form. Yesterday, no comments submitted. There were no comments submitted yesterday between the hours of 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. 10 to 2. All right, thank you for that. And request to speak during the meeting via Zoom. Eric, are there any?
Currently, there's no attendees in the Zoom. No.
Attendee. All right. So request to speak during the meeting in person via the public comment card, as there are none in the audience. I will proceed. The public may submit public comment for any meeting from generally what time to what time, Jennifer? Generally, so 3:30. Request to speak during the meeting via Zoom. Already we've read that. Request to speak during the meeting in person. And so, are there any communication from the audience regarding matters on the agenda Since there are none here, at this time, I'd like to go to number 4, which is board strategic planning. The Board of Education will participate in a Brown Act. Well, this is special. They were okay. Yes. And so I will turn it over to our.
Thank you very much, Trustee Ryan. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Thank you. So this morning we have with us Dr. Greg Letko, who is a very experienced former superintendent and is currently an adjunct professor at APU.
Correct.
Correct. And is working for Leadership Associates. With him is Sandy Lyons, a former very experienced, very talented superintendent who has since retired and is now working for Leadership Associates. And I don't actually have the rest of your bio, so
We're going to go through, we're going to do
We'll
a
do
little
that for
of
you.
that. So we're
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so thank you. Okay, thank
You're
you.
welcome.
So tell us a little bit more about yourselves.
We're going to do that as a model for getting into everybody telling us a little
Okay.
about themselves.
Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. First of all, it's always an honor when a school district that's been our whole career and our lives is dedicated to working with schools and school district and kids and all of those things. So when another district ever reaches out and says, hey, be our teammate for a while, that's an honor for us. And so we appreciate being here, especially at this beautiful facility. I mean, as Dr. Del Torre asked when we walked in, did you find everything okay? I said, well, if you're ever going to be lost for a little while, this is a good place to wander around a bit. So we were able to have a nice time getting here and getting a chance to meet your team as well and say hello to all of them. As we start today, I'd really like to thank Jennifer. Jennifer, just, there's so many things in preparation for even a workshop like this. And you talk
Especially
about somewhat, offsite workshop, extremely efficient and thoughtful and just professional in everything that she does. And congratulations are in order, I understand, as you had a daughter graduate from high school. And so congratulations to you as well. Very, very fun. Today, as we get started, and again, it is just that word, it's a workshop. And with that, that means it needs to have some flexibility to it. We spent time working with your superintendent, designing what the day should look like and kind of an order for how it might go. But we also realized that as working professionals, there are moments when it's like, we just took a little bit of a right turn because we're really deep into the subject. The agenda shouldn't drive maybe what we do next. Because we're into something. And so we might want to stay there a little longer, or we might want to move something else up because it ties to something that one of the trustees has brought up in some way. So we'll be flexible with the agenda at the same time and make sure that we meet your needs. Of course, all the other little things about working in a workshop, the human needs, if you will, time we need a restroom break, we need all those things. We just need to give the high sign and say, hey, time out, we need a break or whatever it might be. And there's other times, of course, if you just need to get up and grab coffee, please, it's a workshop and we want to be able to continue and to do all of those things. So thank you for the flexibility for that. We're going to jump in. And one of the things as we start today, I think that's important is our ultimate goal when we think about what's the outcome for today, a hopeful outcome, is to really take a look at the goals from last year that the board had set in conjunction with the superintendent, and then the work that staff did around the action plan. So take a look at that, do a self-evaluation of how did we do? What did that look like? And then to jump into, well, where do we want to go for the upcoming school year? What does that look like? And how are we going to let that be known a little bit out to our community as well? The combination of those two things. So in doing that, we just want to make sure that the first part of the day, we're not going to run to the goals. I mean, it seems like, okay, that's our objective, so let's just hurry up and do goals. There's more to that. There's nuance to that. We need to set that up a little bit and talk about some of the pathways to help us get there. Talk a little bit more about each other, what we're thinking about. What are some of those things that help lead us to that? Because as a group, the better that we understand where we're all coming from and what we understand in each other, the more effective we're going to be at reaching those goals. And there's really, I use that word nuance, but there's really no nuance in that. That's actually one of the strategies that's most helpful to a healthy board and a healthy district. And so we'll spend some time working on that. And I'm going to turn it over to my great teammate. And Linda, you were right. Sandy is absolutely one of the best superintendents. We got to work together as superintendents around the same time as we went into the job and started working, and then became close friends through that. And now we get to spend a lot of time doing this type of work together. So I'm certainly blessed to have Sandy as a teammate. So Sandy, why don't you kind of take it and go?
So good morning, everybody. And you're to be commended, especially as a board, for taking the time. We know you sat here all day yesterday as well. And so we know the second day sometimes can be a little harder than the first day because it's a lot of sitting. And so we do want you to engage, ask questions. We are here to facilitate a conversation. And I think that's the main thing for the board to know. As a former superintendent, and I'll tell you a little bit about that in a minute, I always had facilitation for my board retreats, and we're glad to have cabinet here as well, because we do think this is a different kind of time that builds a different understanding than you're ever going to get during a business meeting at the dais. And so we really appreciate you taking the time to dig into the work in that way. We do think board work is some of the most important work there is, and we're grateful, as I know your community is, to have you on the board guiding and supporting your staff in the work that they're doing for the students in your community. So as Greg said, we're passionate about this. We love it. We've done it for a while now, as your gray hair can attest. So what we'd like to do is start with just a quick introduction, and not too quick. So you'll see on the second slide, we want you to think about your personal journey. And this, Greg and I have done this a couple of times in other districts with other boards. And what's always interesting is people who've known each other forever, in the right setting, will bubble up some new facts that people create connections around or understandings around. And I was at a luncheon recently with some friends that I'm a pickleball player. I know. And we play pickleball all the time, but we don't really stand at the net and say, where were you born? You know, where did you grow up? And so we had this luncheon, we went around and we did something very similar. And it's been a really interesting sort of experience since, because we found connections that we may never have uncovered. So as you're going through your little journey of life, I want you to think about things that other people in the room may not know. Some of you probably know each other extremely well. Others of you know each other in a different kind of way. Some of you have been here a long time, as we know Trustee Chang has been. Others may be newer to the system. So it's a great way for all of you to get to know each other a little bit. So let me just model a little bit. I was born in a small town. No, I really was. I was born in Barstow, California. Not a lot of people would claim that, even if that's true. My dad was a civil servant, had been in the Army, and we broke and raised horses. And so there's a lot of space out there to do that work. I ended up living in the high desert, but an interesting part of my journey is that my father died when I was young. My mother remarried, and we ended up going to boarding school in England, and my parents were in the Middle East. So totally different trajectory. And so people are always surprised when they've known me a long time and find out, you went to boarding school? So I have a very different public school up until then, and then boarding school. I was a journalist before I became an educator. I worked for Time Magazine, and during a crunch, they closed the San Francisco bureau, and so I was going to have to move to New York. I was newly married. My husband was not fond of that notion, and so I ended up going back to school. I worked as a marketing person for Mount Zion Hospital in San Francisco, and then got my credential and have been a teacher ever since. Very traditional journey, teacher, principal, all that good stuff, director of curriculum instruction and assessment, and then was a consultant for a couple of years for Thinking Maps. And I was telling them earlier, I used to stay at the Westin once a week for several years while I was doing training out here. So this is a familiar area to me. And then I ended up as a superintendent principal in a one-school district in northern part of LA County, was recruited to Santa Monica, Malibu, served there as superintendent for 5 years, and then Palm Springs, which is where I retired from. And the last 3 years, I was appointed by Governor Brown to be the superintendent representative on the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. So that was a great eye-opener for me to see sort of statewide what was happening in districts and what promising practices and best practices were in a variety of districts. I've taught for USC, and I am married 39 years. I do have to do the math and think about it in July, and I have 2 grown sons. So there you go. So every little tidbit that you get to elucidate for us helps us make a connection to you. And the last fun fact, and always a fun fact. My name is Sandra Lyon, but I always know you don't know me if you call me Sandra. I like to see it in print, but everybody who knows me calls me Sandy. So I hope you will do that as well. So Jennifer, you're going to add.
Talk about putting me on the
I know,
spot.
right, you're right there. Well, let's go right, now you know.
Oh gosh, interesting facts. I grew up in Alhambra, went to school in Alhambra, so local, close. I've been working for the district for 14 years now. I've been working as the assistant to the superintendent for, I think this is my going on my fourth school year. I have 2 kids. I have a 21-year-old daughter who works for USC, so fight on. And I have a daughter who just graduated from the high school, and she will be going to Cal State San Marcos.
Wow, congratulations.
And I'm thinking about going back to school, and Dr. Delatorre has been super supportive of that. So
That's
see where that journey goes
exciting.
for me.
Okay, we will check in on that. That's exciting. Wonderful.
That's nerve-wracking.
Awesome.
You can do
You
it.
definitely can do that.
Totally. That's awesome.
Great.
Yeah.
Right, well, I'm Joanna, nice to meet you both. I grew up here in Alhambra, but I was born in Hong Kong. I don't know if I've shared that with you. So I know, am I first? I'm not first generation. I think my kids are first generation then, yeah.
Yeah.
So I came from Hong Kong with my parents when I was very little. I have a background in financials and securities. I'm currently in the real estate business with Berkshire Hathaway. I have 3 kids. My oldest is 6, and my middle is almost 2, and my youngest is almost 1. Busy, and I am very invested to be on this board and the board members because of my kids. I'm newer to the San Marino community. I'm going on, I think, my 2nd year because I moved here in 2021. And very glad to be in this room.
Are your children boy, girl, what would
I
you
have girl, boy.
girl, and the youngest is a boy? Okay, that's awesome.
They're all adorable.
Yeah, youngest is a
When
boy.
they're good and not
You
And in pictures. Right.
Oh,
Yeah, Instagram life, it's awesome. Yeah.
I'm Francesca. So I grew up in San Dimas, which is east of here. My mom is one of 6. She's from San Marino. My dad's from Glendale, so very local family. But I always just was out here and knew that this would be a great place to raise our family. And it's funny, I was just thinking about it, my parents as newlyweds moved there so they could buy a house. They couldn't buy a house in San Marino. And I think that's something that we still need to be sensitive to, and it's been going on for so long. And I went to USC. I have a business degree there. And so after graduation, I worked in real estate, construction, development, and when we had our first child, who's a girl, and she just graduated from HMS, so she'll be at the high school next year. So I just stayed home and got really involved in the schools. And that's kind of what led me here. So I just got elected in November. The mentorship and the camaraderie of the sports has been really great.
And Dimas High School or Bonita High School?
Well, I went to Mayfield Senior,
Went to Mayfield.
and then I ended up transferring back to San Dimas.
All right.
There's a thing.
San Dimas High School. There's always a story. There's always a story. Yeah.
I know, there's a story there.
Yeah.
So my name is Jane John. I grew up in the valley, Valleyville, which I tried very hard not to sound like. I know. My friend actually put me in her call list and she didn't tell me that. Like saw I was like, did you just name me in Valleyville? But anyway, so I grew up in the valley. Product of LA Unified. I tell everybody that all the time because it is both a point of pride and a point of you can do better in San Marino than what I got in LA Unified. I think it's a testament to what public schools. I think that's driven into me. And I see what. So the joke is LA Unified. I don't know my state. Never had to learn them. Like literally never had to learn them. So the joke though is that our fifth graders sing the song in 50/50 with our capitals and states. They knew all the capitals of it. So at some point when I moved into my house, I put absolutely the United States in the middle. And everyone thinks, oh, that's so cute that you did that for your kids. I'm like, no, that's
For me.
my state capital. But I'm very proud of the fact that my kids know them all by third, fourth grade. And it's such a stupid little thing.
Marker.
But exactly, it's a marker. And so, anyway, so I went through LA Unified. I went to public college, UCLA, and then I switched gears and went to my undergraduate degree in science and sociology. I thought I wanted to be a lawyer, then I thought I wanted to be a social worker, and then I decided I wanted to go to education. So then I got my master's at Stanford in education policy and program evaluation. Decided that I needed to go to classroom. So I went back and I actually taught at my junior high, which was a real kick. In fact, so I taught English, sixth grade, English and social studies, and seventh grade. And this was before Common Core, so you kind of could just do whatever you wanted. And they did. And so I kind of went back, because it was my old junior high, I went back to my teacher there. And I said, what should I teach? And so I got a lot of mentorship from my teachers there. They were just so amazing and so supportive. And then I got married and moved to a tiny, tiny town in Missouri. 4 square mile town, and nowhere. But it felt like San Marino because you would run into somebody at the market and you'd sit there in the aisles chit chatting for 20 minutes. And so I worked there, federal trio program, volunteer care, and they were all about go into graduate studies from first gen law and underrepresented, which was back then a federal trio program that is impossible.
Yeah.
Everybody knows what it is, but this is what trio program. I did that, and then I moved to the East Coast, New Jersey, and so that was first. Moved back. Have kids who are in there. I have boys who are, one is going to be a senior at RIT, and the other one just finished his undergraduate degree and is doing a master's at Oregon. And then I've got a rising senior at high school, and then my husband is a ER doctor in 5 years. I told him that he wanted to have dinner for our anniversary. So it's the end of the month. I was like, sorry, we're meeting for me. 35 years. Yeah. It gets so older. Yeah. Right. So.
Exciting.
Feels like my.
I'm the C. Joseph Chen. Why I put the C? Because there's a school board member, also Joseph Chen, at Hacienda High. There's a story when I was assistant administrator at the hospital. So my CEO stole a yard sign. And then get to me, so I did not know that someday I also became a school board member. Yeah, I was born in Taiwan, and before I come, I was doing hepatitis study. Hepatitis was the most popular disease in Asia. Yeah. And my second son right now also follow my step. So he's a GI doctor. So he one day you want to be hepatologist. Yeah. Anyway, and then I got when I decided study abroad. So I got two admission. One is the USC, another one is Tulane University. So I choose Tulane because I know the someday I will come back the West. Yeah. So during the time in the Tulane, I think it was my top time because of all the English. And also they have a South accent. Yeah. Maybe I have a
Little
accent.
Southern accent.
So then I studied for hospital administration. And the time I was the only international student. You know, in the 80s, there's not too many Asian. Yeah. And then I tell myself why I study this major. And the time I always need compare with my classmates because my classmates all they are the arrogant. They someday they be hospital administrator. So I make a wish. Say okay, someday I will run a hospital and I will own a hospital. So so the 2001 I really own a hospital in the San Gabriel Valley. And so after I moved to the Southern California, I have a residency in the USC County Hospital. And then I got an appointment. I work different hospital in the San Gabriel Valley. You name the hospital I work. And I also help, to make during the different hospital time, the hospital, three hospitals, they are almost bankruptcy. So I'm able to help to turn around. And then the 2001, I'm still a hospital administrator, but the group of the residents in the San Marino, they want me to help the school district to review the bond. For that reason, I participate for election. Here now, I have two sons, and they go through the K to 12. I think I'm the most loyal. And the first one already 35, and the second one 34. And the first one also the medical doctor, and also the John, assistant professor for University of Arizona, and teaching for the medical informatics. So this is the new field. The hospital will adopt the AI, and then just how they can make a decision for the patient the result. The second one at the USC in medicine for fellowship. Yeah. And my wife, I think I have to appreciate her for my 30 years. She never avoid me. That's the reason. Today I still can help here.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, so I'm Shelley Bryan, I'm the board president, and my journey began in Vancouver, British Columbia. I'm Canadian made.
Okay.
I play hockey,
Okay.
and I grew up, my parents started me in a private Catholic school, so I attended a private Catholic school for, I think, third grade, around third grade. And then my parents opened up some businesses. And with that, all of us, I grew up in a family with 2 kids. I'm the middle child, so I'm kind of the mediator. We then went to public school, and we really enjoyed the public school because it allowed us kind of a bigger group friendship instead of a small private school. Immigrated here from Vancouver after graduation from university. And it's interesting, I mentioned hockey because I was hired on an ice skating rink. Alhambra Unified School District came to hire teachers. There was a teacher shortage in the 80s, so I arrived here, met my husband here, but he is also Canadian. Together, we have 3 children. They're all grown. They all went through the San Marino Unified School System, Valentine Middle School, and high school. They are launched, so they're doing very well. I always tell people, you know, how does my son get to Japan? And I'm there,
Right.
and I'm here working, and they're all, you know, it is, the world has become smaller because this generation of young adults, they're traveling, their jobs take them to very different locations. Whereas I've been in my job for almost 4 decades. I was telling them yesterday, and my son says to me, "Mom, I've already been there 3 months. I'm looking for other
It's a different world, yeah.
And I'm looking at 3 months. Oh, and so he's already on. So my daughter is a historian. She does museums and looks at artifacts. Very different, 3 very different children. I also have twins, twin boys, and the twins are very different as well. One is in startups and he does everything tech. You want an app, he will create an app for you. The other one is in banking. So 3 very different children raised by the same parent. My husband is in Army. It's interesting, as everybody was going around, how much commonality that we have. Many of the board members that came before me mentored me, along with Mr. Chang. He mentored me as well. Jane has boys like I do, and Francesca and I have a lot of passions that are very common. Joanna, upbringing, my grandparents are from Hong Kong, and Jennifer never tells the story, but I taught, or I used to teach in Alhambra, and I taught her entire family. So she never acknowledges this.
That's awesome.
In my class,
The
with
fact
her
that she
brothers.
survived the Macintosh kids.
Yeah. All her brothers.
Oh my
Not
gosh,
only did I
that's
teach
so
all her
funny.
brothers, I taught all their girlfriends. Yeah.
Freshman teacher.
Yes, English. And
Wow.
so it's interesting because everybody thinks that she's Dr. Delatorre's
Right.
daughter, and she's actually more closely related.
So true.
Because her brother was a pure conflict mediator for me. And so her brother actually traveled with me, and we had competitions
That's so
throughout
great.
California. And that year we placed 7th, not because of your brother, but he's a work in progress, right? What you say?
Oh my gosh.
So yes, very close to that family, and it's me, and it's actually not you.
I love
And
that.
also,
Jennifer.
I know, Jennifer Ryan.
Jennifer Ryan.
My dad worked for Alhambra Unified and worked with Shelley Ryan, so they became close friends.
God.
But then tell about my husband.
But now my mom works for her husband.
Oh my
And
gosh.
has been his receptionist for
Ryan
since
Law
he
Firm.
opened the Ryan Law Firm.
Yes.
So our families go way back.
That
And
is
her mom was
way
a board
back.
member in Alhambra.
My mom was a board member in Alhambra for 16 years. So
tangled web. Wow. I love that.
See the.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's really fun.
All the
Yeah,
webs
that is really fun.
intersection.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you.
Okay.
After that.
So inadequate.
You taught someone shy.
I'm teaching everyone's child. So I actually am a very local girl. I was born in the Intercommunity Hospital in Covina. So I haven't traveled very far from my origination place. And the doctor who delivered me in that hospital is the one who told me that I was expecting my first child, which
Wow,
is kind of
that's
special.
Yeah.
And then he retired 2 years later. My first baby, but he was the one who told me. So I was so excited. I've actually grown up in San Marino Unified School District. I started working for the school district when I was 20 years old. I wasn't even old enough to have an adult beverage at that time. And the reason that I transitioned I started out in banking, and the reason I transitioned into education is because I had a small child and I wanted to have a similar schedule to that of his, so that I could spend as much time with him. And there was a position open in accounting, and I took that position. So I started out, I do not have a traditional trajectory to the superintendent at all. There are some like me out there, thankfully, that I can connect with. But my path was really coming up through the business side of the house, transitioning then to human resources. And then from there, the superintendency. I had a wonderful mentor in Jack Reed Rose, who was a superintendent and a resident of San Marino for many years. And he really inspired me to continue with my education. He would actually take me on classroom visits. We push into the classrooms and he would say, see what she's doing now, and he would talk to me about different instruction. And this was before UDL was a thing, right? And so we kind of keep repackaging the teaching strategy. And so he was just a tremendous inspiration and just really inspired me to pursue leadership in education. And so he invested a lot of time in having me read extensively about teaching and learning and just making a difference in the lives of children. So I would say that he and my husband both inspired me to go back and get my master's and my doctorate at USC. Jack has since passed away, and his beautiful wife asked me to speak at his funeral, and I did tell that story because she knows firsthand, just how much he was meant to me in my life and in my career. I've had offers of employment to go elsewhere, and I have chosen to stay in San Marino because, as you've heard, San Marino is a very unique place. We have an abundance of rental involvement, which some might say, it's an impediment, but I see it as a gift. And it is a real game changer when it comes to bridging the gap between the resources that we get from the state and what we're able to provide in terms of support to all students. And I just see the community as being so invested in the success of every child. It's incredible, the passion around education in this community and the love and support for all things education, the arts, athletics, activities. So we're educating the child in this community. And when they're upset or angry, it's because they're passionate. It's because they want the best for their child. And I see that every day, and it's such a gift. So my pathway into the superintendency was really not something that I expected, not something that was on my to-do list. I didn't aspire to be a superintendent when I came into public education. That was not on my list. Some people, from the time they go into the classroom and began teaching, say, someday I will be a superintendent. That's the male teachers, right? I already have that in mind, right? Their career pathway is true. And so, you guys are thinking that.
Our next one is gone.
That's right. So, but it wasn't on my list of things to do, and it was just people that I connected with who inspired me and said, you have all of the characteristics and the traits. I don't see that in myself, but they would tell me that over and over. And I just have the most amazing, incredible Board of Education and community members. My team is the best on planet Earth. And so I think that is what has kept me engaged and on this journey. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Lena Richter. So I too am a local girl, born and raised in Pasadena. Haven't moved very far away. Grew up all my life in Altadena except for college. And I am first generation. My parents migrated here in the late 50s, early 60s. And I grew up as an English language learner. English was not my primary language growing up. So school was hard initially. But I really enjoyed, I went through public schools, I went through Pasadena Unified School District many moons ago, so it's a little different now. But I truly enjoyed my experiences in public school, and at that point, I knew that I wanted to be a school teacher and go back into education after I graduated. So after high school, I pursued my undergrad degree at UC Santa Barbara and thought I was going to stay there because I loved being there. Realized that there weren't very many job opportunities there, and it was very expensive to live there. So came back home, got my first job in Glendale Unified, where I stayed as a classroom teacher for many years. And I took the traditional trajectory, classroom teacher to teacher on special assignment, to assistant principal, to principal. Stayed in Glendale for over 30 years.
Oh, wow.
So lots of time vested there. And very much like Linda, I had great mentors, principals, assistant principals, superintendents, assistant superintendents, directors, who really took me under their wing and said, you need to move up, you need to be an administrator. And so they really motivated me. But also seeing the impact that you had on a larger scale when you moved into those positions as you went up, really motivated me. And so right in the middle of COVID, an opportunity presented itself in San Marino Unified. My husband is a San Marino Unified graduate, and he's like, oh my God, that's a great district, great opportunity to go. All my friends said it was the riskiest move ever. You lose your seniority of 30-something years. It's in the middle of COVID. The future is, unexpected. You know, just risky move. But it's the best decision that I ever made. I absolutely love the community. I love the families. I love our cabinet, our board, and our students are just absolutely amazing. And it's wonderful to see what we can do with a small district where everyone knows everyone. It truly is a small community, and I think it's the best move ever that I've made. And yeah, that's my trajectory.
Very fun.
Morning, Sandy and I, we already, earlier we introduced to each other, and Sandy noticed that my name is Michael Lin, and there's another Michael Lin, retired superintendent, Corona Local. Met him once, and we met, and now I'm going to share the story with everybody. I think kind of interesting. I was at a Master's in Governance training with CSBA, and somebody had signed on my spot. And another Michael Lin, so I studied his signature. And then, there was one, Michael Lin and Corona Local. So I met with them, introduced each other, and he has an engineering background. I came from engineering background. So my journey began when I was, we immigrated from China. I was 7 years old, grew up in Brooklyn, and it led to me running for board later because my family in Communist China was persecuted during the Cultural Revolution. My grandfather escaped Communist China and became, he was a nationalist secretary under Chiang Kai-shek. And that was like, not something you want in Communist China. So the family separated, and my dad grew up in China. He was left behind. He immigrated to the United States in the early 80s, like former Valance. And maybe Shelley's ancestry, there was this diaspora because of the change in law cities and the Cultural Revolution. And so in the early 80s, my father came under the student visa. And then I grew up in Brooklyn, went to Cleveland High School. I got a full tuition scholarship to Cooper as an engineering student. My path wasn't in education, like Dr. De La Torre was saying earlier. My path was in engineering. I wanted to pursue engineering work to build, design and build. So 9/11 happened. It was a turning point when I was working for Wall Street. That time it was the Y2K project. I don't know if you remember the acronym.
Oh my goodness.
And we were building a data center in Princeton, a few miles south of Wall Street, to replicate a system in case we have a natural disaster or a man-made disaster. And when the clock turned 2000, division by zero, they were on purpose. We anticipated that the markets would freeze, planes would crash, traffic lights would stop working. Nothing happened.
I remember.
So I was working for Curtis Whispers Boston at that time. investment bank. And they said, well, we poured in $1 billion to implement a project that did nothing. It didn't, it didn't work. The funny thing was 9 months and 1 year later, 1 year, 9 months later, the system actually worked really well. When the planes hit the Twin Towers, and then the market froze, the Disaster Recovery Center in Princeton, New Jersey, took gear. It was validation of the hard work we did. And that motivated me to become a teacher. I wanted to rebuild through people. There was people that took on those towers. So I became an inner city teacher in New York City. Got my credential. In 2004, I applied to Marquette High School. And taught math, taught anywhere from remedial algebra all the way to AP. Having come from a engineering background. When I was in Wall Street, I used to work with Columbia University professors to design financial instruments with properties and behaviors and these products. I think, Francesca Gill has that background with business, where these products behave a certain way if you put in the market. There are certain risks and returns. It was interesting working with the physicists in Columbia University to design these financial instruments. And so that experience as a math teacher was more relevant. And having project with kids designing computer software with them, it was such a joyous project program at that time at Marquette. Then in 2008, I became an administrator with Temple City Unified School District. My first administrator assignment was a curriculum coordinator in educational services. And then 2 years later, became the principal of La Rosa Elementary. I was the principal with Jason Rose's kids here at La Rosa.
Okay, very good.
So there's that connection, basically. And then in 2015, I was recruited by Dr. Delatorre to work here as the assistant principal of Middle School. After a year,
you don't have that in common. I would be recruited.
Actually, I applied and I was camping that summer, and I applied, and I was camping, and Dr. Delatorre said, "Oh, can you come in for an interview?" Oh, I have a camping trip. And then I was like, should I, right? Because it's family trip, right? And then she said, "You know what? We'll change the schedule to meet yours." I was so touched. I was like, this is the first time I've worked with you. So true. I don't know if you remember that, but I was a Bosa chief at Canton as a camper. So I became assistant principal at the middle school. Didn't have middle school experience, so I had high school teaching experience, elementary principalship experience, district curriculum coordinator experience, but no middle school. Then a year later, I'm like, elementary, I miss elementary. And Liz Hollingsworth hired, and I was appointed to that position. I was there for 6 years. And this year, this is my first, I finished my first year as the CDO, got my CDO license.
Great.
But going back to my name, so Mike Glynn, right? So before I ran for board, I was thinking, I gotta fit my name onto a yard sign. So Mike as a, go for Ike, right?
Yeah.
It's like this America took our family name, and this is the Patriot, right? This is where 9/11 happened. It was what drove me to become a teacher. It wasn't, I'm too frail to, go into the armed forces. At that time, I was 27 years old. Out of Wall Street, no one's going to take it, right? There were jobs like Northrop Grumman that I thought about. I was thinking, okay, transferring from Wall Street to Northrop Grumman, Lockheed. The projects were about building weapons and more destruction. But my path was, let me start and rebuild. And as a 27-year-old idealistic person at that time, first thing I did was I got engaged to be married. So my life is too short. And the second thing was, okay, let me change my career path to something that would rebuild society. So that's my story.
Great story.
Thank you very much.
Good choice.
Yeah, I was not recruited yet. I was told. If he wants the job, that's when the interview is. I was born on the East Coast and moved very early on in life to the high desert. So, you know, one of those places where I'm allowed to make fun of it, but nobody else is
That's
allowed.
exactly right. Thank you, Jason.
And went through many different, iterations of what I thought I was going to be in life. So, thought I was going to be a professional baseball player like every other young kid. Had a full ride to Stanford, and then that was tragically taken away by an injury. And so then I decided, okay, I'm going to be an actor. And then tragic accident took that away. So then I decided, okay, I'm going to be a marital therapist. And then was told that I didn't have the right temperament for that. Move on to something else. So when I graduated college, my roommates, their mother was a superintendent of schools out in Palmdale.
Oh, who was it?
Nancy.
Oh, I know Nancy well. Yeah. See,
So-
all the connections.
So Nancy's boys,
She's now on the
Nancy's
board.
family and
Okay.
I are close.
Yeah.
And so I was a starving bartender at the time, and so I thought, this sounds way better than working nights and weekends. And so I'm like, sure, I'll do this teaching thing for a few years until I figure out what I want to do with my life. So, and I think that's always like, a lot of times I hear the question of why did you get into education, which I think is a valid question, but I think it's more important of why did you stay in it? There's a lot of people who think they want to end it, but then they don't want to stay. So I think it's more why do you stay? But it was first year or second year, and had a connection with one of my teachers whose husband was very high up in the Ford Motor Company. And so they offered me kind of a pathway to go through Ford, and where I, in 10 years, I would just be golfing 4 days a week. And I'm thinking, oh my God, this is perfect. But you have to move, spend a couple of years in this podunk little town in Iowa and move every couple of years and do this. And at the time I was just in a relationship with my now wife, and she was not on board with that. So I'm like, all right, I guess I'll stick with this teaching thing. So many years later, so I started teaching in Palmdale, moved to Pasadena. I started teaching in Pasadena, then moved out and started teaching in San Dimas. Just missed being board member Gill's teacher by a couple of years. If I would moved in, so that would have been awkward.
You look great for your age.
That was well played.
And then from there, I came to Temple City, where I met your father.
Yeah.
That's where we got I thought we recognized the name.
Oh, wow.
Did not work for him, but just
Right,
being in the
yeah,
same district.
yeah.
And was there forever. That's where I met Mike. Then I briefly decided I was going to leave teaching and go to the dark side, and went to Glendora, where I was an assistant principal at a middle school at Goddard Middle School for, I think it was 6 weeks. And then this one decided to leave his elementary school, and so I did get recruited to go there. Someone did think something of me at that point. You recommended me, thank you, Mike. So when Mike left becoming a principal at La Rosa in Temple City and came back, then that's when I jumped in and became the principal there. And it was there for 7 years or so, and then decided now to go into even the darker side of district management.
Even the darker side.
I left out is when I was a little kid, I was bilingual. I spoke Italian and English, and now lost it all.
Interesting. All the intersections.
You live in the area.
Well, there you go. Okay.
That's true, that is your connection, yeah.
And I live in Altadena.
Okay, good, thank you.
I had never heard of this area until I met my wife. My wife grew up in Arcadia, so
So you grew up in Palmdale?
I grew up in Palmdale.
Okay, because I worked in Palmdale.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was the chief leadership officer. Supervised all the principals. And there you go. After Nancy had retired, before she was on the board. Okay. Yeah, she
Oh,
was.
it's break time.
Nice try, Eric.
Let's keep the
It
camera
is
going.
Eric, yes. And I was born in Mexico City. My father left my mom when I was probably about 2 years old. I don't have any recollection of him. I probably saw him like 2 or 3 times in my entire life. I have a brother, 3 years older, and when my mom decided to move back with her mom, her sister also went through a divorce, so we actually ended up living in one family. My mother, my aunt, and my grandmother with 2 kids each family, so we're 7 in one home. My mother became my father and my role model, and she's the one that I always look up to because she always said, my reputation is how I work, and I have work ethics. So ever since then, that has been my goal, to do my job right the first time. And she worked at education in Mexico City. So ever since then, I fell in love with bringing back to the community. And one day, the SEP, they had a big meeting and a big show down in her building where they brought in IBM computers with a green screen. And I was just running around in the office, and they says, Eric, just sit down in front of them and just listen. I was probably about 8 years old. And I saw this computer, and they told me, okay, so you're going to type something, and the computer's going to do something for you. So I was learning BASIC at that time, 10, print, LPrint, and all that stuff. And then I realized the potential of a computer. So that's when I fell in love with technology. Migrated to the United States in 1988. I was a freshman at Arroyo High School, and that was my first shock to U.S. education because I came in as a freshman and I already had algebra. So I went into senior core classes because of my science and my algebra. The only problem was I was not fluent in English, so that was my problem. But all my freshman classes were actually senior classes. So I did not have any friends the following year because everybody graduated. And that's when I realized I have to do something to better my family, to better my community, to do something. And that's when I started going into school. And I got my degree at Cal State LA. It was a CIS with a dual degree with business management and a minor in economics. And then a few years I ended up working with JPL, where I actually started working for during the project, the Y2K. And the same thing, the fear. It's like computers is going to freeze everything. So they actually asked me to help them make sure to run the scripts and make sure that all the systems are running and nothing bad happens. And the same thing is like we were all waiting for something bad to happen and never did. Unlike them, I don't know how much money they actually spend on that project, but I saw it differently. We spend a lot of money to fix a problem that never came alive. And that's what we will need to do. We need to make sure that we invest to prevent future problems. And that's a big problem because if people don't say there's no problem, why am I going to spend money? You're spending money to prevent that problem. So when I started working at San Marino USD, I applied for a computer lab assistant, but there was no computer lab. So that was my project to bring it up to life. That's where I met, at that time, my wife, Beth. She was the principal secretary. And we start talking about education, and we find that there was a lot of things in common. She also migrated from Taiwan. We migrated. She was here when she was 2 years old, so there was a big difference between the amount of time that she spent in her home country versus mine. So, but what we enjoy is that we have different views about the world, and we can connect. Okay, the things in my childhood, going back to my childhood, is my last name. And when she says, why am I going to take your last name? And I says, because it will bring you power. Negroe, Negroe. So when you're a kid and people are talking to you, they always bring something bad. And I told my kids, those are just words. Use them to motivate you. So that's what I bring to my family, that I started poor and we're building something. So when I talk to my kids, I said, you have an advantage. You're coming to San Marino since DK and my oldest son since Kinder, and we're going to build something. We're going to build an empire, maybe close to one of your guys, but that's what we do. And I love the community. Been there for 23 years, and I was not recruited. Okay, but I found the family too.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I would tell you too, just as we walked in, this morning. Sandy got here just before I did. We walked in early. The very first person really to make sure that we were okay, to make sure everything was taken care of, to represent your district. Thank you. Your mom would be very proud of all of the work, that's for sure. I appreciate everybody taking the time. I'll finish for us today and then we'll jump in. That's where we have to go. My dad was a teacher and a basketball coach when I was a little kid, and that's all I wanted to be. I looked up to him, and I'd go and visit his classroom when I was little, and the kids, his students, looked up to him, and it's like, all right, that's really what I would. So I knew early what I wanted to, and that was the path. I started teaching down the freeway a little bit in Glendora Unified. That's where most of my early career was, and I was able to be a middle school AP, high school AP, middle school principal, high school principal at Glendora High School. We were in Glendora at the same time. I was principal when you were at the hospital, and just so many connections there. And then that time of considering the dark side in a different way, I was recruited to go to Walnut, since that's a thing now. I was recruited to go to the Walnut Valley School District to be assistant superintendent for educational services. And so I went and did that for 3 years. And then my superintendent got recruited to go to Corona Norco School District, where Michael Lynn and I worked together in Walnut Valley. And so I went with him to Corona Norco as his deputy superintendent and spent time there. A big district, 60,000 kids. And I got to experience things that I just had never seen before in a district that size. And then I had that first opportunity to go be a superintendent, and it was in the Huntington Beach High School District. And so my wife and I met in first grade, started going in 8th grade. And we've been married 38 years now, but we grew up in the Chino area. Her parents were dairy farmers. And so that was home, but they really wanted us to move. So we moved to Huntington Beach, and our children were out of the house at that point. And superintendency there at the high school district, and loved it. Had a fabulous board, loved the work. I was very blessed, but I really missed the K-12 continuum. I missed having kindergartners. I missed having elementary principals. There was something missing. And so the Placentia-Yorba Linda Unified School District opened up right across from Cal State Fullerton in that area, and about 35 schools or so. And I said, okay, let's go do it. So I went to Placentia-Yorba Linda, and I was going to retire in June, but then the infamous March of COVID, that March 13th, when all of a sudden we were in a place that we could never have imagined. The board asked if I would stay, and I said I would, because I had a very good relationship with the associations, and we already knew that to get back in school in the fall, that relationship with the association was going to be critical, because the state was not going to mandate anybody. It's going to be what you could do locally. And so I stayed, and I told them that we'll get back in school. We did. We got everybody back in October. And then the board president came, and Karen, and she was amazing, and said, why don't you go the end of December and January and follow your journey of what's next. And so she was very kind, and I did. And so I've been out of the superintendency for a little while. I sleep way better for what it's worth. You do sleep, right? It's really fun. It took a while to get used to, but it's really good. But in truthfulness, I shared with Sandy. I leaned over as the meeting started, and as president was reading the agenda and kind of some of those entry things, the feeling doesn't go away. I mean, the minute you started reading that and we got to that moment, it's like, oh boy, here we go. It just stays with you, and it's something that I'm forever grateful for, that opportunity. As I mentioned, my wife and we've been married 38 years. We really did start dating in May 15th of 8th grade. Her friends, really, truthfully, her friends talked to my friends talked to her friends, and they said, so I called her on May 15th at night, and I had a 3x5 card with 4 things I was going to say on it, because I was so nervous. 597-2414 was her number. So I called, and of course, her dad answered, and she got the phone, and thank goodness, I went through those 4 things in 30 seconds. It was just like, I was just so nervous, and thank goodness she is who she is, and Sandy knows her, and she just carried the conversation, and she's been taking care of us ever since, and we'll be 38 years in June, 2 children.
Can you share those 4 things?
He remembers the number.
I don't. I really don't. I don't remember. I'm sure they all had to do with school because it was safe, you know. I might have told her she was cute on number 4, and that was about it. But that was, yeah, to do your homework, and that's probably what it was. But we did all that, and then 2 kids, blessed daughter 34 who went to play soccer at the University of Oregon and never came home. But she's doing the right things. You know, she got a job right away at the Nike headquarters, and she's been there 11 years now. She gets something called a sabbatical. It's like, remember when she called me, said, Dad, you know what, did you ever take a sabbatical? I'm, what are you talking? No, I never took a sabbatical. He goes, oh, I got a sabbatical. Hey. And so she's working there, doing great. 2 grandkids, which is really fun. And then a son, Adam, and he is 31. He was very blessed and made professional baseball, played for the Cleveland Indians, and did that. Now he's playing in the professional league in Korea. He's a pitcher, and so he plays in the KBO league. And so we're actually going to Korea at the end of June to go see him and his wife and our grandson. He has a 4-year-old grandson. Do you? That's good blessings. It's all good. It's been a great life journey for my wife and I, just to be a part of all of that. And so it's just a joy to do this, and I appreciate you all. I know Sandy and I both do, because one of the reasons why we both really, as we've done this work in other places, really lean into this first part, the first couple things we're going to do, is because every time we get together as a professional group in our district, the work demands, the schedule demands that we just go in a certain direction. We're coming from professional lives. We're coming from something to a board meeting, and we're leaving some family and something professional. We're missing an anniversary dinner. We're missing those things to get into those moments. And so that demands of the schedule, the demands of our work move us. And so then it just becomes random sometimes how often we do hear those personal sides of what matters so much. And so today, for everybody to stop, and I just had so much joy just hearing the internal connections of people. You were at Goddard. I was principal at Goddard Middle School, and he was the assistant principal there for 6 weeks. We could talk about that, but it was just so much fun to hear some of those, to have been the hospital administrator just down the street from, the community where I worked, and just all of those. So thank you everybody for doing that, and I appreciate you. Use that phrase again, leaning into it and knowing that that's really important, that as we develop that, because we talk all the time about literally everyone is watching. They are. They watch at this executive level of leadership, which is this group here. Everybody is constantly watching. And in a small community, grocery stores, et cetera, we know that access is even more connected. And I'm thankful for that. But it's so important that we stay connected and do that. So if you would, as we kind of continue on just a little bit today, in your notebook, you'll see the slides that we have set, and I'll kind of move on here together. We're going to try today to get through, as I said, we'll be very thoughtful and moving through some of the different things. We're going to continue some of our professional discussions here and gain a little more perspective and help build that on-ramp, if you will, that helps us get to really looking at the goals. Because if we just start with the goals, we haven't really built some of that connectedness background that helps us really think about those in the most powerful way. We're going to take a look, just put our hands on vision and mission, your district's vision, your district's mission statement, put our hands on it, make sure the words mean the same thing to us as we move forward, because that alignment is really important to us getting into the goals. We have an article around the 4 traits of governance, which I know you did some work on yesterday, clearly. It's a very short article, but it's really thoughtful. And for a group like this, that type of article, especially this type of a board, it's more of an affirmation. It's more of, let's look at this and, yep, this really does fit. We're doing the right things, and keeps us moving forward. And lastly, today we're going to introduce you to somebody whose name is Molly Grisham. A year ago, we were working on some material development for superintendents up and down the state of California. Sandy and I were, and we're looking for a different voice, somebody different for people to hear from. We found somebody, and so we're going to share Molly Grisham with you today, and maybe some of her thoughts and some of her work. So before we do we need a break, or can we jump into this next section real quick? How's the group? Are we okay? Yes? Okay, awesome. You guys are great. Okay, so if we could, in your binders, in your notebooks there's a section called Leadership Yoga, and it's really our reflections. And we're not going to go down that true vein of yoga. It's more of just, we're going to stretch ourselves a little bit. We're really going to think about ourselves and our work differently. And so that first phrase, as we finish the 22-23 school year, and we think about that, there are some prompts there. Looking back, I am most proud of, this was a source of pride and inspiration to our district, productive paranoia. One of my favorite phrases, productive paranoia tells me I still need to be a little worried about whatever that might be. I want our community and staff to have these two takeaways as we start the new school year. And lastly, I'm planning to find strength and resilience from and in. I'd like everybody to just take a moment. Sandy and I would like you to take a moment, and you don't have to go in order. You could jump around to any of them that maybe strike you if you're the type of person that wants that order. And we're not looking in any way for sentences and paragraphs. It can just be one word, one thought, something you connect with. And then what we'll do is we'll take about 3 or 4 minutes to do that. And then we'll ask the group just generally to share. And I'll start with big picture. Did any of these questions really move you in any way? Did any of these questions really make you think about something in any way? Is there anything you want to share? And we'll just bounce around through all of them. We'll take about 10 minutes to do that. And then we'll continue on this journey that gets us to our goals. Okay? Everybody good? Yeah? Okay. Awesome. Jump into it. Just a little reflection time first. You just write right on your notebook page or wherever's most comfortable for you. That's completely up to you. But just take a look at those questions and see if any of them move you in any way. And really, productive paranoia should not be one of those things that you worry about, like, oh gosh, I should have a copay for that, right? Your productive paranoia comes from a place of strength. It comes from thinking about things in advance and really knowing what's out there and having a sense for what's happening around you. That may cause a copay, but the first part, the productive paranoia, is just that. How do I stay connected with what's going on around me? What are things I should really be thinking about? So it can be very healthy. Take about just one more minute, and wherever you are is where you are. It's okay. No one's turning anything in. This is more just to stimulate good thought. Okay, we'll let Dr. Chang kind of jump in as he comes back into the room. One of the goals really from this part would for us to not go around the room like we just did, but instead really just to lean into anything that feels like, okay, that's something that I have, or if someone else shares it, maybe you add to that particular one because it's on the table now. So as you look at those different reflective bullets, would anybody like to lead off with any of them? Anybody to start anybody going in any direction?
Looking back,
Sure.
I am most proud of the work that my team was able to accomplish this year. This is great. Implementing a medical arts program next year. We're able to implement a Mandarin language immersion for the first time in elementary. We have block scheduling at San Marino High School for the first time, and we're expanding our dual enrollment partnership with PCC, and those things are long overdue in my opinion, and have been accomplished by this team, which is really incredible to create that in 1 year. So I am so proud of the work that this team has been able to accomplish in 1 year's time.
Changing a high school bell schedule by itself is enough to get you through a year. That's, I mean, let's be honest. Yeah. That's,
Oh, yeah.
that by itself.
Congratulations.
Kudos
We're actually adding geometry
to the middle school.
That's another one. Thank you for reminding me.
Kudos.
So this team has been just so productive, and I am so incredibly proud of that.
Thank you. Good. Others, thank you for leading off.
I'm going to jump in
Please
to
do.
what Dr. Delatoria shared. One of the doctors that helped with my youngest son at Huntington, we were just exchanging friendly conversations, and she shared with me that she lives in San Marino, and I did as well. And she said that her kid's 4 and is about ready to go to school. And I said, oh, great, where are you going to school? Because my kid is a TK going to be a kinder at Carver. And she said, well, I'm not going to do public school. We're going to look at private school option. Fast forward, she had exchanged numbers with me. My son was in NICU, and she helped take care of him. And a couple months later down the road, this is testament to the team's work, he texted me and said, I'm going to bring my kid to Carver because of the dual language immersion program.
Wow.
So we're not doing private anymore. I was like, oh, that is very, yeah. So I'm very proud of the school district because that's just one example that I'm personally.
Yeah, that's a great one. And connects to the larger goals even in some ways. I mean, the fiscal stability and some others. Good, thank you. Yeah. That was good.
Exactly.
Thank you. Others?
Add to that, along the lines of enrollment, we've been declining enrollment steadily and as dramatically as it's steady constantly. In the last year, we at the time, thanks to Dr. this has not happened. I think in the last several years, that we're able to stabilize that enrollment. That is huge. Attributable to the program that we are deploying to it. And the anecdote that one member Lam just gave validates it. Hopefully we can sustain that trajectory going up.
Thank you.
Those two things are connected.
And I know we are all very proud of everywhere. Is the work that our principals are doing at school sites to really attract and retain students. They're giving school tours, they're promoting their programs, they're highlighting all the options and opportunities and activities that our students have, focused on the 4A. So they're really, I don't want to say rebranding, but really they are rebranding and showcasing the great schools that we have, and they've really gone about it. We're very proud of their efforts.
Others? Any other of the bullets going through there?
The one that just, I want our community, our board, our community as a whole, our staff to know that every decision that we make, students and the community and the school district in general, is at the forefront of every decision. There is no hidden agendas. There is nothing what's best for us or anything. It's truly what is best for the kids. That has always been our number one goal.
And you can't assume that they know that,
No, I didn't
So,
they may not agree with every decision we make, but we would also want them to know that it's what we think is the best interest of our kids in the district.
That's one of those cases where we say the story matters.
Yeah.
You can do as much great work as you want, but without a story attached to the great work, that may not connect to it. The story matters. Other thoughts? Any of the other bullets? Sir?
I would like to talk about from another perspective, for San Bernardino community last 10 years, because for 3 decades, we keep talking about the transition. There's the new parent, the young parent, they like to make a change. So especially about 6 years ago, they think they need to have a platform talk about what they can improve for the San Bernardino Unified School District and add more the curriculum activity, whatever. And in the meantime, I think that is a very important issue. I think the mutual understanding. I feel the time, the probably communication and also some consider is like is a transparency, whatever, is not, if we are not enough, so they cause more mutual misunderstanding. And then the lot of challenge. I'm excited and I'm pleased to see that today and right now consider it more harmonious and quiet, and make the superintendent and the cabinet they can focus and to develop the new program. Because before it looked like in the meantime they also need to respond about lot of criticism and also give the answer. If you ask me what is the progress, I think that this the time. I think all the stakeholder and the party, in the school board and the superintendent administrator, ready and put together and work together.
That's huge.
Looking for the brighter future.
To be able to say that it's more harmonious right now, that's just not where a lot of school districts are. So to say that transparency, communication, being able to really, and it's just stated that everything you do is in the best interest of the students and you're keeping that front and center. That's a wonderful thing.
Because it's very important. We always need to give the time for the district administrator. They can I think that this a process, we have a patience to see what they can develop instead of just predict. Yeah. So I'm very happy to see we are the changing and to another arena. So personally, I'm very happy.
Thank you. It's a compliment to the board. I mean, it really is, because that is not always the norm right now in school communities. And so to be able to accomplish that while pushing a little bit on bell schedules, on new programs, and still yet have that's something to be proud of. That's a source of pride for sure. Any other bullets on there? There was no productive paranoia in the group. You're worried? Yeah, please.
It's something I told President Ryan yesterday. She gave a speech at our high school graduation, and she ended with a very famous, but often not always remembered quote from Maya Angelou about how it's not the things that you say that people remember, but it's the way you make people feel. And I want to bring that to the school because it's about being mindful of how you make the students feel, the teachers and the educators that bring light to our children. So thank you for reminding me of that. And that's something that I would like to continue to see our school bring forward.
So important. Academics are what we need, and we want people to see our whole children when they step across that threshold into those classrooms. And I think, one of the things that Lena mentioned is if your principals are starting to model that welcoming, nurturing, we care about you from the get-go, right? That sets a tone for your campuses, and then to keep imbuing that into your board work as well as the staff's approach.
So, I'm really proud of us pushing like a culture of service. I think, we are not an ivory tower. We are here because we're representing the best, what's going to be best for the children. Parents put a lot of trust in our school district. I mean, we have them for the majority of their day. And with our Shelley's, when people are upset, just having that empathy of your children are the most important thing to you. And to a board or administration is one of, but each child is somebody's world, So it's really important that we respect that and keep that at the front of mind. And I'm proud of us for doing that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any of the others?
Switch to productive paranoia. Just for a second. And it's like you said, it's not a negative thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just a reality, right? That keeps us in check and keeps us on the proactive side of the house. In San Marino, we're one of the lowest unified, funded unified school districts in California because of the way that we're funded. We have a very low unduplicated count number. So we rely very heavily on local sources of revenue to have to press the taxes. And looking to the future and considering the decisions that have been made, but considering a possible bond measure in the future. At the same time, we have done a lot of work on the front end, and this board has been extremely supportive of being more proactive in terms of increasing reserves. But my productive paranoia is always looking to make sure that we can be as fiscally stable in the out years as possible, given all of the variables that are out there, that we know are out there, the economy being one of them, and just hearing the May revise and the governor's budget, just making sure that we can prepare for future financial instability is super important in this school district, more so than in any other school district that gets a ton of supplemental conservation grant money, which we don't. So we have to be creative. We have to work really, really hard to make sure that our community continues to have faith and trust in leadership and faith and trust in the board. And everything that we do needs to further that cause, because if we lose faith and trust in the community, then we risk our parcel tax renewals. We risk being able to pass a future bond if that's the decision that we make. So there's just a lot of circumstances that we need to be conscious of to make sure that we are moving in a direction that is going to be productive and positive and aware that fiscal stability, financial stability is extremely important to the work that we do.
Well said, and that's a great example of productive paranoia because you're using it to keep thinking and be strategic.
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah.
You're stereotyping right now. As all good CBOs should.
Dr. Fletcher and I, we were talking right before.
Yes.
We started about John Gray.
Yes.
And John Gray is the CEO of California presentation. And one of the slides, it was the 3 tsunamis. Mike sitting there at the beach. And the thing is, to talk on what Dr. Vittori was sharing is, we are heavily reliant on local sources. with that said, we're so blessed. We have not just, the amount of donations that we get, the two parcel taxes and the school's foundation, but the number of hours our parents and their talents, they donate to our school system. We have 21 booster clubs for athletics at high school, 7 booster clubs for basketball at the high school, and that's just the high school. We have 870 kids, only 870. We're looking at so many initiatives. When we mentioned before earlier with the medical arts pathway, and we're pushing out programs as fast as we can. That's good for the kids, while also beneficial from the fiscal side. So with the productive paranoia, I live more on the paranoia side.
It's a good combo.
As a cohesive team, we have to do right. I have to, hear what the economy is doing, what the CPI is doing. This morning, the Senate passed the debt ceiling. First thing I saw, good, little win for me, right? We still have the House of Representatives, but then it has to get to Biden's desk hopefully by the end of the first week.
Thank you. Please.
I'll pull you two together. Only because I think for me, the productive paranoia is that the dangers of education is and all you're ever doing is repackaging in one direction. It's all about whole language. It's all about phonics.
Right, exactly.
And all you do is swing back and forth. And I think for me, I've always tried. I think for me, my productive paranoia is always looking at what are the sides doing, and then how do we work it together. How do we find the balance? How do we not take for granted what we've done in the past and say we're just going to satisfy with that in a community that is never satisfied. I mean, the problem with having these big initiatives this year is goes, all right, what's next? Right? And you're like, oh my gosh, I'm exhausted. Give me a minute. And I think, but at the same time, there has to be something on the other side for you to latch on to. You have to keep people looking forward, lest they spend too much time looking back. And so I think that for me, the productive paranoia is always going, well, where's the middle ground? Where is it we want to eventually land that's realistic, that is prudent, without being too safe? I think for me, a lot of what I've been thinking about is the place where we sit as a privileged community, that we have to take that responsibility of privilege and push inward. I think our kids are not going to be the kids. We have such a diverse range of kids with the resources that they come from. Some of them come from being English language, who are just integrating into our country. And then we have the other side, literally Fortune 500 people. And so who are we growing? Are we growing people who are going to be the ones making sure the work gets done? But are we also growing the next of tomorrow? And I think we have to acknowledge that we have that in our community and we have that privilege. And so what are we teaching our kids about what's important? Are we pushing the values? Are we pushing the values? Are we pushing the values of responsibility? And for me, I love that after being a safe state. Like, I want to push that. I want our kids to say, I can take a risk because I have the privilege of coming from this place. And so balancing that with responsible and prudent and all of those things. So I think for me, the productive paranoia is always trying to find a balance and not taking anything for granted. And so not being willing to just swing the pendulum all the ends of the pendulum, but really try on that.
Yeah, right.
We're walking into that space that you talked about as a group of looking at your vision And is it moving us forward? Is it something the community would look at and say, okay, I see where we're thinking about? And then mission and the connection of those two as we move forward. And we're in that journey. So I'm going to turn the next part over to Sandy. And in this next part, we're going to ask that the response really is coming from the trustees, from our board members. And so, Sandy, if you would walk them through this is the next part of the journey leading into talking about the goals.
Good, and that's a really great way to kind of prime the pump for where we're headed, because as you think about your vision and you think about your mission, those really are enduring representations of both our purpose, what we're doing right now, and where we're headed as a school district. And so we're going to take a minute to look at those in just a little bit. And then, of course, your goals are going to be, how are you going to achieve both of those things, the purpose that you're instilled with right now, as well as getting you to that future spot. And so one of the things I like to do with boards, and Greg and I think this is a powerful exercise, and some of you have been on the board a while, may have done it at some point, but it's really to think about your legacy. So as you look in the rearview mirror and your tenure 20 years down the road, Mr. Chang, is done. We want you to think for a minute, because this will help give you some language, some visuals, some images as we move into looking at your vision, mission, and then your goals. What do you see in the rear view mirror? What are the landmarks? What's your legacy, if you will? So if you have, in that sort of Boy Scout, Girl Scout tradition, left a better place than you found it, what did you leave behind? What is that enduring piece for the community, the students, the staff in San Marino? And so what we're going to ask you to do is have a word-bound description. So 15 words or less. We don't want this to be a dissertation. Write a sentence that reflects the impact you hope to have during your tenure and what you want your legacy to be. You can frame this any way that you want. It doesn't have to be a beautifully wrought sentence. The word constraint is just to help you be concise and really think about the impactful things that you want to get done. We're going to make you time bound on this as well. So I'm going to just give you about 3 minutes to really just do a brain dump. Again, we're not grading prose. We really just want to hear your thoughts.
I encourage you guys to do the same through your position.
Right.
Yeah.
Feel free, take a stretch break, do whatever you need. We'll regroup when people come back, because we've been sitting a while. I snuck mine in.
Nancy sends her best.
Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, Raul's there now. Yep. Raul and I were principals together in Lancaster. Such a tangled web. Well, that's good. Why do we not put more fruit and water? So you went to Palmdale High? What years?
Late 80s.
My husband taught there his whole career, but would have been after because he was a Northrop Grumman guy, second career.
My dad worked
Oh, okay.
out there in Lancaster.
Yeah. That's how we ended up out there.
On M or whatever, M and
Yep. On the B2 or?
Yeah, he's computer tech.
Okay. Interesting. Wonder if they know each other. How funny. My dad was in Saudi with Northrop Grumman and then came to work on the B2. And my mom had 3 strokes after they came back. So for a year, my husband and I drove from San Francisco back and forth. And then my dad was like to my husband, I can get you a job. Like move down here. So that's how we ended up there. And we lived in Lake Hughes. Lake Elizabeth, yeah, for 23 years.
Okay.
He taught at Palmdale High and I worked in Lancaster.
I grew up on the east side, and then as I got older, my parents moved out to the nicer west side. So I didn't get to experience that part.
Is that what parents do? Now we're going to do that. And it's still such a small world kind of place. Like there's so many connections, intersections. Yeah.
A former colleague of ours is now superintendent in Lancaster. Paul Marietta, that name.
Where's where's he? what your legacy is, because as we get into this next piece where we're going to look at the vision and mission, partly what you're doing is really ensuring that those still, when we touch them, do they represent what you want them to? Do they really, now that you've taken a minute to sort of memorialize what you think that looks like, does that represent you as a board and where you think the district is headed? So who wants to venture out first? Okay, thank you, Mr. Tang.
Mr. Tang.
Yeah, I think during my tenure, what I'm trying to do is deliver a supportive environment and innovative opportunity for the student learning. And also we have to secure for the school district administration we have a continuity for the better management.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I want to leave behind a school community that's thriving, that's constantly not just changing and adapting, but growing. I would like to leave this community that is more resilient and problem solver, because as we look to the next generation of education, we don't even know what it's going to look like yet. We need to be ready to get that ready yet. So,
Yeah.
Good point.
I guess maybe I could do it a little differently. I want to be able to say that I demonstrated curiosity and vision in I can go next. So I wasn't really able to pull together a sentence. So the background on this for me is that I've always, since being a stay-at-home mom, I've decided consciously, my children will be my legacy, not something that I do as a career, but, building them into contributing, functional, good people. And so I want to bring that to the students of the Marina School District, and just people knowing that I put the well-being of their kids first, and doing that through, I like to say, strong convictions, loosely held. So being open to new information that if it could change your viewpoint for the better.
Well, I'm a newer board member, and so for myself, I want to be part of an initiative during my tenure that promotes sustainability and reduces carbon footprint.
And so when you look at that, is it the way the district's living and the way students are impacting their community?
So I attended that CSBA conference in San Diego this past December. This was something that at the time, attending workshops, they said, think about what you want to do as a new board member. What is it that you want? Very similar to what you're asking right now. And coming into the seat, as I shared with people in this room before, I'm here with an open mind, open ears. I'm very eager and enthused to learn from mentors like Shelley and Joseph and Jane that have so much to share. But it took me a while to really think, okay, what is it that I really want to see? And at that conference, there were successful school districts that I saw that demonstrated sustainability and reduction of carbon footprint. And at our school sites right now, actually, there are some of those things going on. So for example, at Valentine and Carver, our elementary school sites, there's small farming and gardening projects that are going on. And I'd like to see, as part of an initiative, that become even bigger. So I think one of the high schools at the CSBA conference actually ended up getting an award. Yes. Oh, okay. And then they got an award for bringing farming to, I think, their high school level, right? And I thought that was so innovative because that farming initiative not only generated food for the schools, but also the community. Students were able to participate in that initiative. And this generation is all about reducing carbon footprint. I feel like from what I've read and from what I've heard and speaking to the high school students, some of them are so angered by the carbon footprint that our generations past have done to what we have currently. But there's a lot that we can still do to save planet Earth. And I want to be part of that initiative during my tenure.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have two more. That was helpful because one of the things too is just listening to you all is again making those lines, those connections, because whether we want to be curious or we want to be creative or we want to have the historical look at what we're doing, it's fun. It all ties. And so that's a strength of a board. The more of those connections that you can put together, the stronger the fabric is as the board to accomplish and to support staff and allow them to do that work that they need to do through your legacy. We have two other small activities that we want to touch base on before that help lead us into the discussion of mission and vision. And then for the next one, we really don't want you to write anything. We don't want you to say, we just want you to look at a picture. This is a picture that came across my Instagram feed almost a little more than a year ago to date. I was looking at it, and it was at the same time, if you follow golf at all, there are 4 major tournaments every year. One of them just finished, it's the PGA Championship. And this was one of the pictures they took the day before the first round of the PGA Championship golf. And I saw this picture, and the picture to me, I'm admittedly, I'm a geek on leadership stuff, and I find things all over. Waiting in line at the supermarket, I'll see something. It's like, okay, that's a sign of leadership and what we're doing. I saw this picture, and I wanted to connect it immediately to leadership and to schools and to organization. And so as you look at this picture, this is a major tournament. This is the night before. They're getting ready to start the very first round of the tournament, and they have scissors. I'm not going to talk anymore, but what do you see as you think about this as it relates to school district and the work that you do as a board or as a cabinet? Attention to detail. Thank you. Attention to detail, a specific attention to detail. What else? Keep going. Teamwork. Definitely going to take teamwork. What else?
At any cost, at any level.
Creating conditions. Boy, we really need that block schedule at the high school. How are we going to create conditions? It's not easy. You know, and that will be a legacy piece. What else do we see? We're going to get it done. Exactly. We're going to jump in and do the work. There's work to be done. So as we think about mission and vision, we think about board goals, behind all of that sits an action plan. It sits this, that attention to detail, and that reminder. What else do you see? Anything else strike you about it?
No, they're definitely reducing their carbon footprint.
They are. They are. That's certainly a match to that. Well done. That's good. We do. We have a new logo for that. That's very good.
I was going to say with a lawnmower.
I know,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
Personal touch.
it's that personal touch.
The question is this like a high school or is it elementary school? But those look like adults.
They are. Those are, yeah, they're adults.
And then I'm just thinking about how the older people are.
They are. They're working on behalf. They're definitely working on behalf of the people that are going to be a part of that tournament.
For this picture, what I'm seeing also trying to draw a clear line between the sand and the grass and help the player.
Very nice. Yes, we're going to cut those paths. We think about students. Are we cutting pathways for students that has clarity to them? So the family understands it, the student understands it, but there's clarity in our pathways.
All hands on.
Everyone has pitched it really takes a village
Yeah.
to promote success.
Yeah.
Like, I'm thinking, and I could be incorrect, but they look like referees or, I don't know.
We're maintenance workers.
Correct. But they're doing what it takes to get, to make sure that the condition is set
Sure.
for the game.
And it's laborious but precise, and that's gonna take a long time to get that right, right? And so if you're on the clock, you're into productivity and efficiency, I'm looking at that like.
From an industrial engineer
Perspective. And then even then the detail of cleaning all of that, because this is just the first part of it, and this is just one hole. There are 18 holes that they're going to go through and see the results.
You can quantify how much work.
Yeah.
And then the other thing we talked about yesterday was goals.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Not everyone in the whole golf course is going to do that.
No, they're not.
Not everybody
That's
needs
their role.
scissors.
There would be a ways to have like a tournament official.
To do that.
There you go. Yeah.
The picture shows also organizational commitment. There's contract versus covenant. Contract is I'm just going to do just what the contract says. Covenant says, yeah, hand me the scissors because I want this to represent us. I want this work to represent who we really are. Because somebody stood up, some leader of the group stood up and said, hey, I got an idea. Let's get scissors out. Right? And so then at that point, it's either, yeah, we're all in. That's the right thing to do. Or it's like, yeah, no, we're not doing scissors. But for whatever, the level of commitment to the organization, just like to a school district here was, yeah, we're all in. This is the level of detail it's going to take for us to make sure that the family who we meet says, yes, I do want my kids to go back to that. I want them in that school because they see that level of commitment. And so just sometimes pictures are as strong as any article we can read. And this one really reemphasizes, certainly from a cabinet perspective, even about, okay, what's our attention to detail as we implement this next phase now of the dual program? What's the attention to detail in that, those kinds of things. So thank you for participating in that a little bit. And I'm going to give it back to Sandy so we can see our last off-ramp here before we jump into our vision and mission.
So we talked a little bit earlier about Molly Grisham, and we're going to watch thing I love about her videos, they're about a minute, 2 minutes. They're very brief, but they're very powerful. Just gives you that sort of food for thought. And one of the metaphors that we use a lot is this notion that the leader is the bridge and you're the builder, right? You are that connective. As a board member, you are the connection to the community, right? You are the connection to the policy and the governance and the staff and the students. And so you are the bridge and you're also the builder of the bridge. And so that duality is really important as you think about how important a bridge is, and staff as well. We're not just walking across it. We're not just being that liaison between HR and the finances and what the staff's going to have to enact there, but you're actually constructing that path that everybody's going to be on. And so, did you want to add any?
You're great.
Okay. So we have this little video. We just really, it's food for thought as you think about this next piece where we talk a little bit about your vision and mission, put our hands on it, think about that's part of this concept of a bridge because it gives them an idea of where your district is and where it's headed, right? And that is going to be an important piece for you. And especially as you get to your goals and your priorities, because those goals are what get you across that bridge and to that reality that you're looking for your students.
This is Molly. It's easy to find Simon Sinek. It's easy to find all the great thinkers of our time. It's really fun when you come across somebody. She was a college soccer coach in the Northeast. And her players came to her seniors and said, Coach, you know what? We love you, but you're in the wrong job. Like, what? She hurt her feelings. And what do you mean? You're making us keep leadership journals and you're always showing us videos. And you're always talking about leadership. And then you talk about how to play soccer. But you do all that. You think, well, she followed her path. She took a risk and said, I think I might want to go do this. And so now this is what she does. She does this leadership stuff around the country. And so that's how Sandy and I first found her. And so this video that
You're interested, she's got a website.
she's got a website, blogs, it's quite good. So let's watch her together here. Let's see if this will work.
Eric's gonna make.
Eric's gonna help us here, Eric.
You're pressing the run.
Right.
Are we ready? Okay. There she is.
I'm Molly Grisham, and I want to help you experience light bulb moments.
Thank you.
Go ahead and reset it.
We're back. Talk amongst yourselves. Prince of Tides was neither about princes or tides. Discuss.
When you waved your hand like that, there you go. Oh, yes.
There you go.
Oh, you got it.
I'm Molly Grisham, and I want to help.
I did this one. No, I cannot use that one.
I'm glad we have technology people.
And it was working this morning, remember it?
It was.
But
It was
honestly, if it
seamless.
was just me right now, I'd be stressed, but I know you're yours.
Okay. We can solve my two feet.
Yeah, exactly, you're right.
That's right.
You know what college? Oh, look, there was a small one up in the northwest. Mine did.
I think I got it. Let's just go here and share it again. Make sure that it's in there. Nice. Good.
I'm Molly Grisham, and I want to help you experience.
Is it just because of the Zoom?
It's
Yeah.
okay. You know, we don't need to get caught on it. We could come back because it's about a minute. What Molly says, and I'll just say it quickly, is much like Sandy introduced, Molly really has this belief that as the leader, you have to recognize when those moments are out there where you're called to literally, in order to accomplish this, I have to be the bridge right now. It may not even be my first choice of things to do right now, but as the leader, I need to build that bridge with the community, with the staff, with an outside organization, with.
I'm Molly Grisham, and I want to help you experience light bulb moments. So another mental picture that I love to use is this idea that leaders can serve as bridges or as builders of bridges. Now, when we think of the word bridge, there's a lot of things that might come to mind. You might think of a bridge that we drive over or walk over. If you're a dentist, you might think of a bridge as this device that connects a space between two teeth. If you're a musician, you might think of a bridge connecting two pieces or parts of a song. If you are someone that loves to play card games, you might think of bridge as a card game that you play, and maybe you could even think of a bridge as something that connects two eras of time. But the consistency there is that bridges are connectors. And so I think it's really critical that leaders view themselves as connectors. Sometimes when we want to connect people, there's a barrier or a space that's between us. And so we as leaders have to serve as bridges and connect those together. So I think it's really important that as leaders on a regular basis, we're thinking about how do I want to use my influence to be a connector of people and places.
Thanks, Molly. So when you think about your role as the board, how does the role of the board connect in any way to what Molly's talking about?
connect constituency, that the residents of San Marino, all the stakeholders, using the school with cabinet, with the administration being the what, their how.
That bridge. Other examples? Thank you.
I think for the bridge from the state.
Great one. I think the fact that you're here today, it's back that concept of always watching. Your community knows, small community, your community knows there's a board study session of some type, a workshop. And people talk, the staff talks, they know, oh, you're creating that bridge today of we're learners. We are coming together to work together to be learners. That's who we are. Our foundational, as you told your personal stories, every one of you are learners. And so that's the bridge. They're saying it's not just you doing it, we're doing it too. There's a bridge to your work, and we're building that as well. And so as you think about those words of Molly, and we get ready to go into vision and mission, just think a little bit about maybe her words being a good guide for us.
So once they build a bridge, I think we, as a leader, you also need to look at for the maintenance, because the bridge may have overflow the traffic, and then you need to look at the bridge, the material, because they have a lifetime, you may need to repair, so you need to revisit. So how the people walk in the bridge, is that smoothly, or they have some problem? Yeah, so.
If we think of San Francisco, the Golden Gate Bridge, right, which is painted every day. The maintenance never stops. So, right, you have a good bridge, you still have to take care of it.
The best relationships are long.
Right?
In your dissertation. Okay. So, that's so profoundly true, right? I mean, it's not enough to have the bridge, but you have to maintain that connection and that bridge to be able to be an effective leader. That is something that you can't neglect. Like, you can't neglect your relationship with your community, you can't neglect your relationship with teachers associations, classified associations, your cabinet. You're constantly trying to make sure that you're all things to all people, and it takes work. Just like in any marriage, any friendship, if you neglect that relationship, it's not going to be as strong as it once was. I think that's very important to have that.
And we engage in this thinking because we know the brain activates differently when we're thinking in metaphor. And so if we just start with literal, deconstruction of a vision, deconstruction of your mission, you come at it from a different place. If you've now thought a little more deeply about your role and what you hope and dream for San Marino.
Share something.
Well, I was just going to say also, I think sometimes the challenge as leaders is we want to micromanage how people cross the bridge. But we're not crossing the bridge. And then letting other people take it. So we're building the connections, but we're not necessarily then managing.
Sometimes that goes to them. Right. Yeah. You're gonna say, all right, you guys keep it going, maintain.
And Francesca was alluding to that.
One of the privileges of leadership is to eliminate the path from the past to the future. That role is sacred, and that leads to vision mission.
Yes.
And I don't want to brag, but our group yesterday had a picture of the bridge from our.
Nice.
We have it too.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
So this is just.
We have some good symmetry.
Energy here.
Yeah.
I like that, but just so you two know, yesterday we had sort of an impromptu activity where we were going to break up into groups, walk the grounds, and take 3 pictures that stood out to us for some reason. We're going to bring that back and share out. We didn't have time to bring it back and share out, so we're going to do it during an afternoon break, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fabulous.
Wonderful.
Oh,
Quick
wonderful.
activity,
Yeah.
Love
we
it.
are still going to
I love
share
the
out on that,
activity.
so we're going to have lots of bridge pictures apparently.
That's okay.
And
That's
it's
awesome.
so in sync.
That's
I love
perfect
it.
timing.
Love it, love
That's
it.
great.
Yeah, if you had held it, it would have missed the spot. That was the right spot. That was the right time to lean in. So that helps us, as Sandy mentioned, to get into that. Okay, let's take a look. The district has an established vision and an established mission. We know that for healthy organizations, those are 2 things that are revisited yearly. You revisit and you look and say, okay, where are we? Is it time? Do we need to look at vocabulary differently? Do we need to, do this public understand this vocabulary? Or is this education ease in some way that we're not, that doesn't have the clarity? And so I'm going to hand it back to Sandy, and we're going to take a look first at the vision as soon as my teammate helps me. Thank you, sir.
So vision in particular, so vision and mission are often used interchangeably, although they serve very different purposes. And I think people have gotten away from the rigidity. We used to go through, some of you in the room, we've spent weeks constructing visions and missions and going through very elaborate processes. And as with everything, we've abbreviated, now you can put it in the chat bot and get your vision and mission like that. But what we know is, and they used to be, people would say to me, Sandy, we can't revise the mission because it's like painted everywhere. It's on, and Greg and I were talking earlier, we'll talk a little bit more about this because you do live into your vision and mission already, but it really is something that is somewhat temporal. It should change over time. It should be something that you revisit. And mainly what you, especially as the board, need to do is look at the verbiage and say, does this represent who we are? Do we have the same understanding and meaning of those words? Are we bringing something very different? And are we really feeling strongly about the words that we have? So your vision is really your future state. It's aspirational. It's forecasting sort of the direction the organization is headed in. We tell folks when you're constructing a vision, think about your end game, right? Where are you headed? And then think about what's represented in that vision that knows that you've made it. So I'm going to just read it out loud to you. Your vision says, delivering a world-class education with recognized excellence in academics, arts, athletics, and activities. So as you think about that, does it stand the test of time? Are you feeling good about it? Are there words there that, yes?
Yeah, I think I'm the one of the teamwork to participate for the world class education. I always thinking about it is that we are very reach to this goal. So what is the definition for world class education? I put a lot of questions to myself. 3 days ago, I have an opportunity with some of community people, and their kids already finished the high school, and they told me the 2 that like is a witness. They told me right now they are the kid at the college. One USC, another one I forget. They said they are very happy. The high school they set up a very strong foundation on the chemistry. Yeah. So right now they are in the university, so they feel it's easy to finish the course, and then they have a very competent at the school. So that give me a reflection thing. Yeah, we did. But I'm looking for more. What is a world class education? So Manino, Unified School District can promote.
Right, no, it's great. And I mean, that is what you want, right? Your success, you're preparing them for success anywhere, and they're telling you you did your job. That's excellent. Anybody else? Yes. Francesca.
I like our high quality global citizen piece of our goals, and I think that our vision kind of lacks like end result as far as like maybe producing high quality world high quality global citizens through excellence in academics, arts, and activities.
At a higher level.
Yeah, because then I mean, it's a person, you know, it's not about us as this.
Or vision setting. I mean, it's further ahead of their graduation, et cetera. Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, so we're at that witching hour. The lunch has arrived, but here's where resilience comes in. We will push through because we have to talk about, we got to get to mission first and get through mission a little bit before we jump in. And that was very kind of them to get it all set up for us. So as we transition and then say, okay, and remember, today's goal in no way was to redo vision, redo mission. It was just to connect to those two and have those propel us forward. In the future, if you say, we do, so some interesting ideas came out already about vision. So maybe that's something that as we continue to build, that would be something that you would circle back to.
And I think, you know, as you're now reading it, thinking about it, what else do you want? That helps prime the pump so that if you do come back and revisit the vision and the mission, you've started to think of some of the language and what do you really want that vision? If you're looking at the end of the tunnel, you know, Francesca already described this student that really is embodying that vision.
Let's take a look at mission. Mission, as we think about that now, different than vision. Mission is going to be more actions of, okay, we got to get this done. It's that work that has to be there. It's those gentlemen with the scissors. It's like they were on them. That's the mission side of it. So your mission says the San Marino Unified School District delivers supportive environments and innovative opportunities for student learning, promotes individual student excellence, invites collaboration and discovery, and challenges students to take responsibility as members of a diverse global community. Okay, so now what I'd like to do is the second part of that. It says, okay, so strong mission statement. Are we seeing it? So without going into long stories of any kind, as you look at the words and the actions that are there, just think, what are some examples? Have you seen some of those things in the last 12 months in the district? Again, mission is operational. So we should be able to see it in operation. Or it's like, you know what? We have that there. Don't know I have to be more intentional maybe about seeing that or finding that. It might be there. So either, yep, here's where I'm seeing that, or need to do more to look for that. Any ideas? Any contributions to that? Please.
For this mission, what we agree to put here, because at the time we consider we are the K-12 unified school district. But unfortunately, you know, some of the community people or the parent, you know, if they have the young kid, they bring into the elementary school, so they just look at maybe the first grade, second grade. So that first grade, second grade is not the end product. I think that this a serious education. You know, we are trained in the elementary, but eventually the result will be in the 12th. So I'm trying to ask myself, you know, how we respond to the community. Yeah.
And I was that parent that Joseph is describing. So when my daughter was in TK at Carver, I was laser focused on that elementary school. She's going to be a first grader come August, but this term that I've served, I do see that broadened aspect that Joseph is describing. It's not just on the elementary school level, middle school, high school. creating that bridge to connect parents, what I've learned. So I see these innovative opportunities that are being presented and promoting the student excellence. So I love, my favorite part of our meetings, board meetings, is when we have student spotlight. Because those parts actually highlight what our mission is talking about. So I can name those people, not going the long stories, but even most recent student in math. Right?
Incredible.
Incredible. I mean, there was a beautiful profile highlighted on our Facebook media page, and I thought that was so good. So much more we can get into. I think we are hitting the mission, but it's not the end. It ends to a means. We still have to continue hitting it by creating more of these innovative opportunities, hopefully in a sustainable and carbon reduction footprint manner.
Sure.
But those are my thoughts.
Is the what sits under the mission or connects directly to it is when we open up this document then and you start to get back into the pages, which is the scissors. That's this right here. That's where it's like, okay, we got to drive it now. What does that look like? And how does that happen? It's interesting as you look at yours, and we'll use the frame that two of the trustees have already shared now. I think when I read that, I can see a first grader. I could see a 12th grader. I think it applies. I could go to your middle school and say, middle school classroom, there's collaboration, there's discovery that's taking place. We're really working on them being members of a diverse global community because of this project they do, because of this way that this class is taught. And so I think it does span that K-12, that TK-12, if you will, mindset. So strong, and it sounds like there's some good examples that people
I
have.
saw that chronology as well.
When we, each trustee went to all 4 school sites in one day with the principals and on the cabinet, together, I thought it was actually remarkable that you don't maybe notice it individually, but then looking back and reflecting, there was hardly one, maybe there's just a handful of classes where the teacher was actually standing there lecturing. I mean, there was so much student collaboration. There was just so much hands-on. Really, it was really amazing to see that all the way through.
We are seeing it evidenced in the district. And I think it also addresses your goal, which you talked earlier about the diversity of the district. Are we respecting that we've got this continuum? And you actually sort of spell that out in your mission. That is part of it. Maybe not as explicitly as you'd like, but there are elements there.
From your example of going to the classroom and seeing that collaboration and engagement taking place, now you look to the team who's executing, and you have Ed Services who's saying, yes, that's what we've been talking about. But it goes beyond that. You have the CBO sitting there saying, good, we're getting the right things in the classroom, the right resources are there. You have HR sitting there saying, we're making the right hires, this is good, we're doing the right professional development. And so it's just that those bridges are just being built constantly when you're able to look at the mission and have it carried forward. That's why having examples, if we read the mission and we're stuck on examples, well, then we got to go back to the mission. We have a problem. But for you all, I think we could get out easel paper and actually keep going if we needed to on all the examples of where the mission's connecting. So kudos to there. But one more slide before lunch, if it's okay. And Sandy, you could talk a little bit about the coherence and alignment and why.
And I just want to go back to this. I think, again, keeping your mission and your vision active, having an opportunity to refine it, revise it. There may be, a sustainable global community. I mean, you may find there's verbiage you want to really now enhance and draw out is really important. But having that idea of constantly butting up against the vision and mission, what you see out there, what you're hearing, what you're experiencing is really important, because if we become inured to it, it's just plastered everywhere. Does it mean anything? Are we really unpacking it? Are we looking at the words? And so being able to do that and continue to hold yourself to the standard that you've set and revamp it as necessary so that you're having that aspiration is there. Did you want to add anything about your perspective? No? Okay. Because I think that was an important comment that you made earlier. And I think the more that you can remember the diversity and the continuum of students that you serve, and are we leaning into that in the right spaces? So as we think about coherence and alignment, right, we want everything to cascade down. So we want things to start at the highest level, our vision, our mission, and then we start to get into what are the actual 4 goals, what are the actions, how are we going to do that? When we're out of sync with that, that's when we don't meet our mark, we don't meet our goals, because you have staff going in too many directions. And so one of the goals today now is you've talked about your vision, we looked at the mission, you've talked about your legacies, you work as a body, but you each bring your individual goals, aspirations, dreams for the district to the plate when you all work together. So what we want to make sure as we go into this next step is there isn't a mismatch. And so that's why we do a lot of front loading with this piece of work, because people can go, yeah. But you know what we need to focus on? And they get in a very narrow lane and they're not really connecting and making sure that the system is coherent.
And you look at the picture, and the picture was chosen. Those are your students, by the way. And when you look at the 2 outside pictures, that's the end result. I mean, that's where you want them to get. You want those students being proud of their accomplishment. You want, as you go over here, that the joy which you all Mom just got to experience this past week, the excitement of that, Dad as well. But when they're that age, that middle, they're not thinking about those 2 end pictures. You're laser, as you said, laser focused on what's in front of you in that moment. And so that role of a board to see that continuum, to make sure that there is that coherence and alignment, allows for that middle picture to become the end pictures. And the hard part about it is it takes time. That's the one great challenge of being a teacher sometimes is you build and you build and you build, and then they're off to what's next. And it's not until you look on Facebook about 10 years later and you see, oh my gosh, look what that young person's accomplished. They've done all these great things, or they come back to visit. But that's the investment in the work. And if the coherence and alignment is right, we get the 2 outside pictures the way we want them to look. So that's just so important.
And I think, yeah, go ahead, because I was going to build on what you said earlier.
Well, I was just going to say, I think because we're wanting to make sure that in the line, finding a future that exists. And so I think the challenge is, okay, well, we're starting with the first grader and we're going, this is what we want to have for you in 10 years. We don't really exist. I think we're in a period of immense transformation. And so how do we build the pieces that are going to allow us to be able to and still integrate?
That's a great, and I think, part of it is what you're doing right here. Having, boards that don't meet regularly, that don't have a plan, and there are plenty of them, that don't come back and revisit and retool, they are going to really struggle with those out-year plans, because they are building the bridge and getting on it at the same time. So I think we're never going to completely be able to predict or know what that's going to look like in the future. And if you are solidly looking at what's worked, where have we been, have we achieved what we said, did that get us where we needed to be? And, your budget people are looking 3 years, out. We're always looking to the future and hoping to continue to build that out. You're going to be I don't think we can ever have that, magic crystal ball that tells us what the future is going to be. And if you're responsive, because one of the things you said earlier, Jane, that struck me, and I wanted to kind of go back when we think about coherence, we tend to think about this shiny new object. What's that thing? Oh, we got to get on this bandwagon. We've got to get this. Everybody's doing this. And it doesn't strike me that that's really how you've approached it. On the other hand, you want to be responsive to community needs, community desires, dual immersion. So how are we going to build that out in a way that is responsive? I think I kind of think of it as the structure of a house, right? If you put a good foundation in, if you've got good solid beams up, you've done, laid the foundation, then you're going to change things out. You may need to stucco, you may need to put new siding on, whatever, and you're still going to have a good foundation. But it's the folks who neglect the foundation who don't, and again, that's why when we say we commend you for coming together to do this work, we're saying it because we do go into places where I just did a board workshop in another district in another county, where it was the first time. Now, this is a district that's been around for 100 years. This is the first time they had ever come together to do that work as a body. So, big district, not a small district. So I say that to say the more that you all are doing that thinking, you're talking about it, you're planning, your staff understands this is the direction we're headed in. Tell us what's doable. Something somebody said earlier too was that notion between, here's what people want, and then you kind of have to build the bridge to get to it may not be exactly the way they want it or envision it to be, but you're dealing with all the materials you have at the time to get you to that next space. And they may not know that, or they may want you to do something differently. So I think it's something you keep in your mind, and that's part of your conversation, and it needs to be when we are just in the moment and we're not looking up and seeing the entire landscape. That's when we're in trouble. But you all aren't doing that. You're having that conversation. You're interjecting that into the conversation, which makes staff also here, the board's forward thinking. They're not just asking us to make sure parents are happy by June 30th and then, hey, let's start over July 1 and see how next year goes. It really is about that longitudinal plan. And some of the big pieces that you talked about in your I'm Proud this year are big pieces that will serve you well over time. So I wish, I'd consider we could, I think Willard Daggett, I was at a model schools conference a million years ago, and he held up a backpack, and I will never forget it because it was probably, 90s. And he said, in 10 years, there's going to be more technology in this backpack than any of you have ever seen in your lives or dreamed of. And we were like, what's he talking about? I mean, because phones weren't computers then. So you are absolutely right. Our kids are going to need different things. Who would have thought mental health would have been the focus of public schools the way that it is now 30 years ago when I started? So boards that are meeting that need are constantly reading, bringing those things in, talking, working superintendent and cabinet to say, what are those building blocks that we should be putting in place to get us there?
It's a perfect segue to lunch. I'm so excited. I got a text message from one of my friends said, hey, Craig, can you have lunch today? And it was so fun to text message back. I said, oh no, I'm having lunch in San Marino at the Huntington Library today. And he just said, what? Question mark. And so I want to be able to, say that I accomplished that today. So I'm very excited about that today. So thank you for this first 2.5 hours. Time goes by quickly. And I appreciate where Sandy finished. I'm going to hand it back to your superintendent. Sandy's right. We're so close to the work sometimes we think that what you're doing is the norm. What you're doing as a board today is not the norm. This is what highly accomplished boards do. Whether it's in the private sector or in what we're doing now in public education. This is what great boards do. And so kudos to you for pushing into that today. Lunchtime.
Yes, it is now 11:36 and we're going to take an hour break. That will give you an opportunity to walk around, visit the gift shop, do whatever you need to do. So we'll be back here at 12:36 promptly. But before you all scatter, we need to take a photograph of the board and cabinet that can be shared with the San Marino Tribune. And as Dr. Ock pointed out yesterday, we don't have a picture of all of us together on our website, so we're going to take care of that today. So if you will all gather out here, we'll find you a backdrop and take that picture, and then you can grab your lunches. You two can grab your lunches now.
We're great.
Make yourselves comfortable.
Do you need help photographing or anything, or are you okay?
Oh, yeah, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all.
Are you good at that?
Well, yes, I am.
I didn't know if I was skill.
I've never done it before, but I slept at the Holiday Inn last night. So
I just heard it's going to go in the newspaper, so I just want to make sure you got. Oh.
He's going to use just for the next year.
Okay, so we really do. No pressure. High caliber, think of the angle. Jennifer, are you good at this?
I'm going to get it.
I have 2 teenage daughters, so I know all the
Okay.
I'm Molly Grisham, and I want to I'm Molly Grisham, and I want to help you experience light bulb moments.
And thank you everyone for coming back on time. We're ready to begin.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for lunch, Jennifer. I have a feeling you might have had a small hand in organizing any of that, just a small hand. If you did, kudos and thank you very much. That was much appreciated. So as we get ready to dive in, let's just do one quick thing that puts us back, puts our minds back where our feet are. So we're all in the same place again. If we think about the time we spent in the morning, the dedicated time, what would be, and I certainly do not want to go around the room again, but just in general, anybody to throw out, what was something that was Velcro for you, something sticky, something that was a takeaway from the morning that's like, that really made me think, or I appreciated hearing that, or this is going to make me think more. So anything that anybody wants to share that was a takeaway from our time this morning?
I was just still thinking about our vision. I was actually sharing with Dr. De La Torre, like, once you start thinking about something and you have that synergy with everyone in the room, and ideas that seem good evolve to be even better because of input. So we focus on our wellness and our mental health initiatives are really important to us right now. And so I was thinking we need to fold that into our vision as well, because it's sort of like twin pillars of the mental health and the educational
side.
So,
So we talk about the whole child, but as we then, how do we tell the visionary story about that?
Yeah, exactly. It needs to be front and center. So thinking about the point.
Yep, that's a good takeaway. Any other thoughts or things that stuck with you, takeaways from the morning, things you heard others say, or something that you felt yourself?
How different we all are. Like with the grass cutting scissors, how all of us came up with a different perspective.
It was great.
And it's all the differences that make us up as a whole.
Yeah. And just for the record, I've used that probably about 9 times, and you guys were the gate group. You guys got to a few places, and it's like, okay, I like where we got with that. So well done, kudos. That was great. Okay. All right. They're all good. I tried that in another district. Just for the record, it didn't work very well, but I did try that once. Other thoughts?
Well, I think it's because we don't look at contracts, we look at covenant. Exactly what you said earlier. The high level commitment, the work represents who we are.
Yeah. It's covenant work. Yes.
I think that the goal probably need to act for the safety and security issue.
Something, thank you. Okay. That's going to be important. We know that's first speed. Anything else from this morning at all that anyone wants to connect back to? No? Okay. All right. Then we have work to do. So as you can see behind, it's the time of, we're going to take a look at goals and the goal development process. The first thing in goal development is, believe it or not, to look in the rearview mirror, is to look back and say, okay, so last year, here's what we thought we really wanted to focus on. And I do want to compliment you as a group. We see so many districts and what their goals are, and including the work that we did as superintendents. And there are too many districts that have 6 goals and 7 goals and 8 goals. And it's overwhelming to try to understand, let alone to try to find the actions and behaviors to match the goals. And so first of all, compliment to all of you. I think you guys had the 4 goals and then your cornerstones, which is a nice way to kind of frame that. And so again, that's just a nice compliment. So we're going to start by looking in that rearview mirror to take a look at last year's 22-23 goals. And I'm going to turn it over to Sandy, and we'll kind of lead through a little bit of a process to do that.
So one of the things we want to give you some time with is you have, I think, in front of you, your list of goals, and then we really want you to focus on the first page, because that's really the board developed page with your overarching goals, and then the bullets underneath that are really sort of the focuses for that goal as the staff's then going to create the action plan. So you have overarching goals, board goal A, B, C, and D. The first thing we want you to do is to take a minute and go through those and decide. You can write the word or use the letter K for keep. We really want this, maybe you want it to change a little bit, but hang on to that first. If you want to keep it the way it is, put a K there. We're going to see where the board is on those. If you want to change it, so for example, develop and implement fiscal health and sustainability. Maybe you want to change that a little, but you still want that to be a focus. You're going to put a C. If you want to add something, so keep, change, or if, what we don't have on there is delete. If you want to just remove that, just, we didn't have delete on there, D for delete. And then if you want to add something to it as we go through it, we'll do that in a minute. But right now it's just those big overarching 4 goals. And you can look at your cornerstones for success as well. Are those still the 4 cornerstones that are operating as the frame for how you're thinking about the goal development? So give you a few minutes, read each of those carefully, keep, change, delete, and then in a minute, once you make that decision, we'll look at how we're going to look at those underpinning ideas.
I have more here too. I'm probably just for sketches if you want color.
Give you more time to get into the details right now. It's just those 4 top goals, the overarching goals, and then cornerstones. All right, anybody need more time for this first part of the conversation? Dot. All right, let's go ahead and look at board goal A, develop and implement fiscal health and sustainability. How many of you voted to keep that as a goal? Okay, change?
I have a question for the last two. Is for increased donation, possible endowment. What is a possible endowment?
We were asked to talk with Mr. Barger about a possible endowment to complement our deferred maintenance fund. But we would need people to invest capital in that endowment, which we don't have right now, and we decided not to pursue that at this time because it might conflict with our the direction that the FAC is going in. And so that has been sort of put in the parking lot.
Like the second page, the orange, the last two, they said research endowment for facility for the action. Is that we already took action or we haven't?
No, you haven't taken action on that. I don't know why. I think that is not spaced properly on the right-hand column because you did not take action on that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Maybe more appropriate than we would have been at the staff research.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
It wasn't feasible at this time. It may be feasible in the future. If for some reason we're not able to pass along or the board decides not to go in that direction, then we can double back to that as a possibility.
Yeah, besides get a bond, I think we probably need to promote the alumni of Samarino High School. A lot of alumni right now very successful in the nation. So, we have an alumni of Samarino High School Association, but several years ago, I mentioned to Dr. Chenis. So Dr. Chenis talked to the president of Alumni Association, but they're not really moved. Maybe this 12 months we should approach them again. How we can work together and see whether some consensus. I think that's another option. People can get a surprise. I said a surprise revenue in the future.
All right, so, and Francesca, you have your hand up for this one.
I mean, are we just adding?
Yeah, would you,
Okay.
well, first of all, is that still an overarching goal? Does everybody agree that you're gonna keep
As
board?
that title?
Just the title? Yes, so that's a thumbs up from everyone. Okay, so that's a keep. And now, yes, let's go ahead and go through the bullets. I saw you all taking notes, so I know you've been adding, changing, deleting. Francesca, what? do you want?
Well, I think along with the evaluate the feasibility of the bond, I think we need to take that next step with that bullet point because I think the facility advisory committee has got that going. So that was a good first step, but we need a tangible goal. I mean, are we still evaluating? We really do need it.
There's going to be a survey. We hired FMP, and they're going to meet with the a sampling of the stakeholders to develop a survey, and Mrs. John and Mrs. Ryan will participate in that process. We're going to survey out to parents, and so that's still part of the feasibility process. But we did hire Joy Coomer, who is leading and advising us. We're meeting with her weekly as a check-in, and we are meeting with the Ladies Advisory Committee ongoing. So it's a process, but we are looking at the 2024 year as a year where it's possible for us to put something on the ballot if the board so chooses.
So I think community support through transparency, involvement in that process should be part of the goal in that. I think failure last time was partially the committee kind of was in an echo chamber and kept going with something that maybe there was other talk about it not being supported, and it pushed forward anyway. So
are there sort of three things you want to, so what I'm hearing is it's continue evaluation of the feasibility of a bond, semicolon, create process for communication with the community, something along those lines.
Communication campaign.
There you go. And then step 3, create recommendation or craft recommendation to the board. Because ultimately what you're asking for is do the feasibility, yay or nay, make sure we got a good process, and bring us a recommendation as a board to
set up conditions for success, whatever the findings are, and that, so that we have community support for whatever the findings are.
To echo Mrs. here, I think to set up the fund, we need the administration, fully catch up in the timeline, because I think the new is approaching, and we also need to give community agree to have mostly agree to have a fund, and we need to go to the election process. Make sure we capture the time, and we have enough time to promote this issue. Transparency, the community to know and to participate.
And in terms of transparency, I think the data will be very important to reflect that. So whether it is data from FAC, and even data from our neighboring districts, those that have been successful in passing bonds or haven't, and how those funds were used as a comparison, I think is really important for the community.
Find out the appetite for the bond, like the number, what that means to people. If we can just do a trade out for the bond that's expiring so they don't actually do it. And then what the facilities require, and then value engineer as much of that into what people are willing to pay for. Because we need to work within a budget.
And all of those things are currently underway as far as being planned. We need to have another update when it comes to the board. We just got the new timeline from Joy that was recently updated. We have the facilities needs assessment and master plan. We just hired the architect who will be engaging stakeholder input into that process. And so you're going to start to see us call meetings, and we're going to have town halls and all of those things. So we will develop a very strategic communication campaign. We'll be talking with the city, we'll be talking with our citizens, our voters.
And to get people there.
Yes.
And say it over and over, because people say, oh, well, we didn't get a say. Well, there were 5 meetings we could have come to.
Right.
But,
I
didn't hear
more
about
in
it.
person.
I didn't hear about it. It's last minute,
It was kind of hard because of the timing last time around, right? It was that year that COVID hit.
Right.
And so none of the bonds that were on well, I shouldn't say none, but most of the bonds that were put on the ballot during that year did not pass. So we're in good company as far as that goes. But having said that, could we do a better job? Absolutely. Will we do a better job? We're going to do everything within our power to be successful this go around. And that's what we're trying to do it the right way in terms of having a facilities needs assessment and a master plan. That is, we were criticized for not having that last time around, and we're going to have it this time around. We're going to check every box. We're going to dot every I and cross every T. So that's what we're working on right now. We definitely need to come back to the board and provide you with an update. It's crazy because of all the activities, as you all know. So those bullet points are really important. And then also, I think what I hear Mr. Chang saying is that one of the things for the purposes of developing physical health and sustainability would be to, do we have reaching out to the Alumni Association on there, right? Yeah. Making that connection and seeing if we can get some momentum for fundraising maybe through the Alumni Association. Is that what your vision is?
It's too early to
Just getting the
formal
information,
fundraising.
contact,
Yeah, I
right?
think this is a long-term relationship, just like the university, when the alumni want to give back to the school, then we just need to give working for this.
Marketing to them, right? Public relations marketing.
And cognizant of how many asks to like really fine tune where we want the money to go to, because when it feels like we have our hands out a million times, it either gets spread too thin or people just, tire of the asking. So we're really clear about what it's for.
Tied to tangible facility projects. So I'm hearing sort of a finalize the bond work, finish the feasibility study, right? Develop the recommendation to the board, create the communication and community involvement plan, and tie that you're going to tie your marketing campaign to tangible facility projects, which you have to do for the bond language anyway, so it's helpful to have them already teed up. Is there anything we missed?
I want to add, if we could explore what areas look at decreasing costs. My mind is at where we have those one-time COVID.
So separate. Well, I'm sorry.
Separate.
Okay.
Yeah, because we have those one-time COVID grants or funds that were allotted to us that helped to cushion our financial situation. And I think going down the road of 3 or 5 years, we're not going to have that anymore. Hopefully other grants, of course. But to look into those different line items, see what costs increase or eliminated.
Yeah. So anything else with the bond, or does that pretty much capture the board's thinking around the goals and sort of, I hear one big goal, but a bunch of sub goals for the staff then to develop the actions around.
Are you seeing the entire list of bullets?
We're going to go through them. No, we're going to go through them now. So right now, this was your first bullet. So now you've got a first bullet with a bunch of sub bullets. So we're going to start there. But does that capture the board's goals around that bond work? Okay. So then your next bullet is, yeah, no, it's a good list.
A great one.
They will know exactly how to implement and execute that. Prepare for renewal of parcel taxes. So is that done?
It's
ongoing.
ongoing. It's ongoing. And
Okay.
one of the things
So
that
keep,
Dr. Lynn recently did was to send out to the community the accountability report for how the money is being used. So that helps to keep it on the forefront of everyone's minds that this is, and this is the measure R that is going to be coming up for renewal in 2025, right? So we are constantly trying to remind our community of the value of that parcel tax so that when it comes time to renew it, people know what it is, they know what, how
so
it
that's
is
on,
being used.
got it. So that's ongoing.
Yeah.
That's still in your bucket.
Make me one thing about this. I think one thing we have in our need to make sure we pass it, we really pushed out a lot of information about this. I'm a little bit concerned about more projection in the coming years than past. And we talked a little bit about the way the population grows and what we're going to see. I think we have to consider how do we engage our senior citizens to still commit to doing that rather than getting them to opt out of it. Because I'm very concerned about that dollar number continuing to shrink when it actually needs to be higher. And I'm not sure that we really strategized or thought about what that number is, what's that tipping point, what's the messaging. I think the legacy survey is helpful. They think they might be able to convince their grandkids. Maybe they won't opt out, right? I don't know. But I think we've done a better job of promoting the legacy. But it's still not.
So just did a mailing on that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so we are doing that, yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not a legacy person, so I did not get that charge of
My
email.
age group, right?
Yep.
That was funny.
So one of the things I'm gonna suggest, because you don't want your board goals to get mired in the house, right? And so what I'm gonna suggest, and this seems to be a good way then for the staff to consider, because I heard a couple of things here that I don't really think are board goals. Involving the alumni, that's a how, that's not a what, right? So what I would suggest is we keep track of the things that you want the staff to keep in your mind as you're developing your plans. This is something the board's interested in, but it's not gonna really go on your board goal sheet.
Okay, high level.
Yeah. So,
Thank you.
alumni involvement, senior exemption, impact.
I think the staff needs to consider, or maybe us in our budgeting, Dr. Lynn involved in this with the school foundation. I think we need to be realistic in what they can really provide every year. And I think not forecasting that up. I think, if we're asking for more money on people's property taxes, there's a finite pot for every family. And so where it goes, we should really,
And I think that's a really important point, Francesca, because one of the things staff wants to do, not only is a message to you and you're making your decisions, but when we message to you, we're messaging to the community. And so knowing those kinds of pressure points that you want to have in your presentations about what we've considered as we're going forward with any action that the board's going to take. What can they afford? What's reasonable? How do we say it in a way that makes sense? But I do hear the board goal is still high-level communications, involvement of the community, a process for that, the timeline. And I think that having the board wants to know, what are we going to use it for, right? What's the facility? Does that kind of capture it for that now longer first bullet? All right. In terms of renewal of the parcel taxes, you want to keep that where it is, as it is? Do you want to change that? Thoughts on
I
that?
think it's on, but I think we should keep it.
Okay. Address declining enrollment.
In bold.
In bold. Yeah.
Well, and because it's an ongoing, I was because and it's, I don't know if any of you saw the Tribune headline.
But I haven't seen it yet.
So it said SMUSD taught something amidst declining enrollment. I was like, oh my gosh, like we're not declining enrollment. But then it was like this tiny little point amidst state and county. But the headline said declining enrollment as if we are still declining enrollment. And I was like, oh, that is absolutely not the message we want to send. And it was literally like buried on the second page of the article. And so I see where he was going with it, but it also sent the wrong message of what we are doing. Right.
Right.
We're not actually in decline.
people have like that headline help us do that a lot of it.
Right, exactly. Exactly. And so I think there's a balance of, yes, we still have to consider declining enrollment, but we're also not in it currently in in a 5-year trend, yes. In a 2-year trend, no. And so I think we need to really start pushing what our message is and balance. We don't want to lose people. We want to grow. So I don't know that we're still in declining.
So maybe the language is really continue to work on growing enrollment versus address declining enrollment.
Stabilizing.
Stabilizing, okay.
enrollment, and potentially growing, right?
Yeah.
Because
It's a focus on stabilized enrollment. We're focusing on stabilizing our enrollment. Right. And if we've done that, we have that. Right. Right. And it's not unfair for Dr. Lynn to just quietly send a note to the writer at the Tribune and say, hey, just FYI, we are not. We've had 2 straight years of, I know that might be the perception. It's not an unfair thing to do. I mean, that's very appropriate. Yes, sir.
Related to the enrollment, we need the superintendent talk to the both sides, the principal. Actually, so far we haven't gathered a very clear picture why the student they want to transfer to private school or other school. So we would like to have that kind of the yearly report. When the 2 elementary school graduate students they go to the middle school, we want to see how many they give. Yeah, that kind of information.
we
And
actually have
also the probably have like I know probably we did the interview why they want to leave, or whatever.
we have that, and then I think it's almost going to be finalized, so.
Yes, it's current now, but we waited till the end of last day because most parents come here. So when parents are requesting, to go to private school or wherever, they meet with the principal does meet with them and have a discussion with them as to why they are selecting to leave. And then they are also invited to complete a survey, an exit survey, so that gives us the information that we need when we reflect on why parents are selecting to choose another school. How many have that in?
Good.
Literally the last minute. Right, because a lot of people are in private school, so it's easier to get.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
So are you maybe you?
Yeah, private schools in California are declining too, so there's something because they never would have accepted 5 years ago.
Right, that's for sure. All right, assess fee income.
That is being done by the FAC. And that's use of facilities fee.
And so is that still something that you want to keep
It's ongoing, good.
Okay. Part of this overarching fiscal health. Explore increased donations, possible endowment.
That's what we were talking about before.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, so that's good. Collaborate.
That's a long-term goal versus.
It sounds like a few of these are long-term.
Mr. Chang was just saying that it's just going to be long-term.
This year, yeah, okay. But you want to keep it on the dock.
Well,
Are these goals that we can accomplish this year? I thought that's what we were doing.
endowment would not be this year. It would not be 23, 24. It's something that I think staff would need to keep in mind.
I'll just put it on the, okay, let's take that off and put it
Yeah.
on.
But I don't think it should actually be under this goal for this year.
Okay.
So do you keep the first part, explore increased donations? Do you keep that part? Because one of the things to consider is if you are going to be going for a bond, you're going to need seed money for a bond campaign. All those other things are going to have to be a part of that. So I don't know if you're getting rid of the whole thing or just the second half of it.
Or folding it into, explore increased donations,
But taking out the endowment until maybe after the bond or whatever might happen.
Okay, got it.
That's what I thought I heard you say. Okay. Good job, guys. That's great.
Okay.
And then the last one is collaborate with and support SMSF PTAs, Schools Foundation, thank you. And then PTA.
Okay, for this issue, we need to clarify, because I know that some parents, they put the money in the booster instead of the school foundation. how we want to address this issue. Because
First
of
day
the
packet.
school foundation, the amount may be dropped and then the push.
Like some parents, they want to ensure the money goes to the school their kid attends, so they're not going through
Special
elementary
elementary.
school. Yeah, they're
Special.
going through.
It feels like when you have younger kids, which mine are in the middle now, but it's all about the high school, and you're like, oh my God. Like, we need stuff here, we need books from the library, we need more aids, we need, it's just as important, they count just as much, and you want them to be candidates for the high school. So that first day packet, where you give to the PTA, you're giving to teachers' wish list, you're giving to school supplies. It's like a never-ending list. Like I keep going back to, there's a finite pot of what people can give, and if we're asking for so much, just exploring the first day packet.
So that's a staff to consider. Okay.
I think it's optional, like most people will have a finance bill that they're going to now here just because this is not. Oh, that's true. I think, right, because like, just because like, oh, so the elementary school doesn't ask anymore, it doesn't necessarily mean they're now gonna give their money to
Oh,
foundation.
no, my point in that is that that's more of a reason for not getting it.
I think people give to the foundation for the donation, not necessarily always based on what they've given them. I think there is a lack of understanding of the connection.
Or what the foundation does, because it says like, all these teachers are high school. So, okay, well, I'm a kid in high school. Why do I need more teachers there?
There's not always a communication message of how the foundation directly benefits themselves.
And the foundation does directly benefit every single school in our school district, pretty equally, actually.
So pushing that message out.
Yeah.
Right, so maybe the goal becomes clarity around the role and value of.
And that is something that the Schools Foundation Board of Trustees is keenly aware of, and they've been actively talking about how they clarify that message. So they're grappling with this right now, and we just had a big meeting with the Schools Foundation leadership and our PTA leadership, because they're competing, and there's this question of whether or not, the PTAs asking for money is diluting the amount of money that the Schools Foundation is being able to raise. And so this comes up at least once every 2-3 years. We have this big meeting and we talk about, building a better mousetrap with that first day packet. Stephen actually has a history, and he tried to create 2 packets, right? There was the first day packet that included all of the necessary forms that you need to register your student for school, emergency contacts, etc. And then there was a Schools Foundation ask, right? And then there was the second packet with all the booster asks and everything else. He said that year, they did not raise all the money that they normally raise. It was a complete disaster for all of those other groups. And so they stopped doing it that way. They put it back together as one packet, and it picked up in terms of fundraising, and everything was fine. So we have already experimented with, separating it. It doesn't work. So we put it back together. And it is complicated. I think it all comes back to how you market, how you message. And so that is the Schools Foundation responsibility to figure out how they can make that more clear, because they're a separate 501c3. And, we have to be careful as a school district, not to necessarily, we can't say you must give to the Schools Foundation. So we have to be kind of careful with that. But we do talk about the fact that they support all of our schools, and we'll continue to do that in a more clear and concise way.
It's, every district that I've either worked in or worked with.
Same conversation.
This is an ongoing conversation. I just facilitated an enormous community conversation in San Ramon Unified. Same topic. 140 people all in the room trying to figure that out. So, so it is a topic that you're going to continue to grapple with, and it's something that you want the staff ongoing to consider, especially as they're marketing, pushing any kind of communication out. And So here's what I have so far, just to make sure we're clear on what that new column's gonna look like. We're gonna have the bond piece with those specifics that we talked about. We're gonna keep the prepare for renewal parcel taxes. We're gonna stabilize enrollment. I have an ongoing assessed fee income that's gonna stay there. This is where you lost me, just so I have clarity, explore increased donations, but then period, and then the possible endowment piece comes to a long-term goal, is that right? And then Francesca had the ad of exploring cost reductions.
Joanne.
Yes.
Joanne. Sorry.
I want to be saying the wrong name, okay. So is that how you want it worded? Are we good with that?
I said research, but explore sounds better, yes.
Okay,
As a big bullet point?
yes.
As
As part of one of the separate bullet points for the staff is they're working on developing and implementing fiscal and health and sustainability.
I'm proposing that, you guys.
And just, we do that all the time every year, and that is something that we have been talking about with respect to staffing. And it's like a puzzle that you have to put together if you've ever done a secondary master schedule.
Yeah.
It's tricky, right? We're trying to staff very tightly, but one of the things that we tell our parents is that we're going to have low class sizes, comparatively, and we do, compared to the neighboring public schools. We have our lower class sizes because of the school's donations because of our personal taxes. So every year we're looking at the number of students that need to, be in English and science and science and trying to figure out, how we can staff those sections appropriately. And we do look for ways that we can reduce. Now, what I want to say to the board is that we can't be successful in pursuing a bond measure at the same time that we're laying teachers off, if that makes sense, right? And so what we're going to be cognizant of and going forward is really trying to capture savings through attrition for at least the next couple of years, right? Trying to save money by if there's not a need to refill a position because somebody leaves, they retire or they resign, then we're going to look at that really closely, Dr. Rose is, to make sure that we need to hire that person. Because when you talk about messaging and marketing, that's really, really important in a period of time in which you're trying to pass a law.
What I just thought of would be cultivating a culture of fiscal responsibility.
Yes.
So like within our offices, within our classrooms, things like that. If you pick up lots of pennies, it's going to add up. And if it's just also, it goes to reducing our footprint, less stuff that throw away.
I like that.
I mean, one thing that we waste a lot of money on is our food for the hot lunch. We have to have so much food because it's supposed to be free that's going away then, right? The free lunch for every day.
Not this year. Yeah, they just,
And they have a lot of waste there.
I do think that's a better phrase to accomplish both of what you're thinking about, because there's an ownership in that phrase too. It's not just here, you figure it out. It's no, this is everybody. We need to own this. Yeah.
We could probably really reduce just
Just read it on your machine or something.
Create a fiscal responsibility.
create a culture of
Fiscal responsibility.
Did you turn the lights off this year?
Yeah.
And then I wonder if this becomes, to your point though, Joanna, this becomes a staff to consider.
Right, yeah, because it wasn't necessarily like personnel.
Yes, right.
I think I got what you were saying, Christina.
Yeah.
But at their level, it is like an HR staffing.
well, most of our budget, the majority of our budget is staffing, and the rest of it is, And so I also just wanted to make the board aware of the strategy going forward is to capture savings through attrition and when and if possible.
I think if that sounds good when we message that as like approving these publicly
Yes.
for our new goals, because if we're going to be
That's
asking
really
for
good,
money,
yeah.
we're gonna be responsible.
Yeah, we're on the both sides of it.
Yeah, but I like and that meets both of those needs.
100%.
Any other additions to board goal A? Okay, thumbs up, we're all good to go as that for the one that you'll bring back, and Jennifer's capturing all of that, so it'll be nice and clean for you. Okay. Board goal B.
B.
I'll let you do.
Okay, so we're starting for goal B. Keep, as a start, the big part first, create a culture of service. Keep, add words to, if you will, if we want to expand that in any way. Keep it just as is. Change,
So
delete.
I'm interested in combining board goals B and C. Where creating this culture of service includes valuing and appreciation of not only San Marino employees, families, students, and so that's part of what I think Mrs. Shaw talked about regarding that whole value, inclusion, diversity, equity. So I don't think they need to be standalone two goals. Because I think when we appreciate and we value, we can be this full service. Servant leadership
Right.
is what we're about.
Yeah.
And if we are servant leaders, then we need to make sure that everybody is valued and everybody is seen. So that's helpful, but not just staff,
Right.
not just servant.
As a non-board member last year, that sounded very confusing. Create a culture of service, because it sounds like you want the students to be, like, go and do their service
Community
hours, but
service
that's really not
programs.
what you're talking about here at all.
So Ryan, will you tell me again how you combine that, so I can hear it again? How are you combining those two?
So I'm interested in combining board goal B and C,
Right.
creating and promoting a conscious culture of service, value, and appreciation, equity, inclusion, and diversity, because this all creates the culture. And the culture is what we've been doing systemically throughout our district, is district one.
Brad and I were saying, actually, we both combined it.
Okay. Do you want me to put that language up so we can look at it and see if it resonates with you?
I guess that has a lot of words.
Yeah.
You might want to just.
Not a neat title.
We'll get there.
Right. So I think something I had read about that I listened to, and it wasn't, it kind of touches on what President Ryan was saying, but it's creating a culture of unreasonable hospitality. And it was so it's this podcast about a man who is the chef of like the top restaurant in the world. And the reason why he had the top restaurant in the world is because the difference between going to a restaurant to eat versus going to someone's house. Right? You go to a restaurant to eat and you're served. But you go to someone's house and feed you good food. And they are they're hospitable, they're food. And there's a really the difference is how you feel as the experience. It's the user experience. So it's where, as the user, you're cared for, and the culture of care. Yeah, it's the culture of care. And so I don't like the word unreasonable hospitality for us as a district, but somewhere in that world of how are you making someone feel when they come into your classroom as a teacher, as a parent, as a student, as somebody considering to come to your classes, as a visitor, as an outsider. They came in and they said that Clinton said, "How are you? What can we do?" That made you feel well.
Right. Yeah. Right.
So I think it's that piece. I don't know what to call it.
Mm-hmm.
So what I hear you saying, everybody saying, I'm trying to tap into a few words that people used earlier today too. Create and demonstrate, because I think that's an important word for you, that there's got to be an action to it. Create and demonstrate a district culture of service, care, and appreciation.
So I feel like we've already created it though.
Okay.
So
Okay.
wouldn't we just say promote
Promote.
and then
The culture.
yeah,
Yeah,
promote,
that's good.
because we created
Good.
it.
So
Do you want demonstrate or just
promote and demonstrate.
Just demonstrate.
Demonstrate.
Demonstrate makes it seem like we're just like showing everybody.
Don't want to do that
We
then.
need to participate.
I like the word conscious because you have to be conscious about what you're doing. And not just that, because if you're conscious of it, you are actively doing it. And then we had already put DEIB, which is diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. That sense of belonging is really important because when we talk about
I know, it's like diversity.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
so
good.
let's go back to what you want the verb to
But
be.
that's everybody, that's the kid, that's the
Yeah.
parents,
Right.
That's true.
that's all levels of staff, right?
People need to feel valued.
So it's the verb choice, because really, right, as a board, you're saying our goal is to do something. So if, it's hard to just say be, because that's a being verb. So I think promote, demonstrate.
Demonstrate, engage in a culture.
Engage would be passive, right? You're just engaging in it, or you're just, not really.
Are we doing the thesaurus, because I can get my computer out.
I think demonstrate.
Well, in my mind, what demonstrate meant, not just, I'm gonna show you how to do it, it's living that.
Right.
It's the actions and behaviors.
Yeah, so.
Manifestation, I'm trying to come up with, what's the other? Come on,
Exhibit,
people, look at the thesaurus
Demonstrate.
words, that's what
I
we
know, I'm looking it up right now.
Exhibit, illustrate,
Your
exhibit.
public will know what demonstrate means. So from that standpoint,
Let's
it's
start
like, okay.
there, and then we can always come back, right? So demonstrate.
It's stronger than promote.
It is stronger than.
It's stronger than promote.
Or advance.
Advance, exhibit,
makes
advance,
this culture of service. Actually, like advance.
advance.
I
Advance.
like advance a lot.
Forward.
Because you're not only creating it, but you're advancing it, you're moving it forward.
Right.
Okay, that's
Put
good.
advance up there.
Little placeholder.
Demonstrate, advance.
Show something clearly by giving first words.
I kind of just do.
Okay, demonstrate, advance, a conscious culture. I know, I thought it's a little too California. Okay, a conscious
When we're
culture.
talking about accountability and something that's measurable, and when we're looking at SMART goals, which I talked about,
Yep.
Advance, what does that look like?
Right.
What does that mean? Jason, it's advance. And so Jason is looking around, oh, Shelby, what do you mean by that?
Right,
Well, I
right.
want you to
Demonstrate.
advance
Do it.
this culture.
Demonstrate.
Demonstrate is kind of
Dem-
do it, yeah.
Demonstrate's a good word. Yeah.
I don't want
He
Jason
can show.
confused.
He's gonna show you.
Very easy, very easy to get.
Not recruited, you know.
Demonstrate. We have a theme.
I'm gonna see that as a parenthetical. Jason, not recruited.
Advance, Jason.
Jason will be able to
I like
understand.
Okay, so we're
demonstrate.
gonna go with demonstrate right now.
Promote.
Okay, so demonstrate a conscious culture. You like that?
One of the like problems when we interview, so when we talk to our students and we talk to them about, like when they're going in an interview, we don't want them to just like list things out.
Right.
We want them to show and, I'm not sure, we can come back to it.
I think we should just.
I'm not worried. Yeah,
We don't want to overthink it either.
I know, I feel like we're.
Right, okay.
You guys don't want to overthink it, because we're
I don't
gonna take
think
it
you
apart,
need
and we're gonna
I
put
think
it
we should
into.
just,
Let's get to the attributes
fine.
of the culture.
Yeah, that's fine. Good.
Let's get to
Okay,
the attributes then that you want to really make sure are up here. Service. Yeah, I've heard you say that a lot.
I think you either do value or appreciation. I think there's the
Okay.
same, just to tighten it up a little.
Yeah. Ms. Ryan, what's your thought on that, since this was your language initially? Value or appreciation, or try to have it be less wordy but still encompassing of all those things?
I want value over appreciation.
So culture of service. value.
I would say diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. I bring diversity up
Okay.
before equity just because that's, we're always talking
Yeah.
about DEI,
Yeah. How do we like that? Demonstrate a conscious culture of service, value, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging.
It's a good
I
place.
didn't hear the same kind of enthusiasm from the board, so.
No, it's just this- enthusiasm's over here.
What's sticking?
I think it looks really great, but it's so wordy and.
I
feel
almost
like-
say you just take out conscious culture, demonstrate service, value, appreciation, because just do it. I mean.
Well, the consciousness is so vital to it, in my opinion, because you have to.
Own it, right? It
Yeah,
has
you
to
have
be, right.
to, yeah.
And this is the metacognitive part, like I'm thinking about how
You're
I'm acting and
thinking about it,
interacting.
You're feeling it, seeing it, maybe inclusion and belonging, they're both great words, but it almost sounds the same to me.
So value, diversity. The brain loves three, right? We know
Yeah,
that we
we
have
need
that
three, yeah.
dynamic symmetry when we use three. So maybe it is, and you'll end up with four.
Service,
but-
diversity.
Here okay, so if we look at our board goal B, we have increased awareness regarding DEIB underneath as a bullet point. So does it have to be part of the statement or can we bring it down?
It's how you do it, right? It's how your culture
Right.
of
How we
service.
feel, right, so can we bring those words down or not?
Like leave it as demonstrate a conscious culture of
Of-
service.
Of service
So that's how
and value.
Service, value, and appreciation, and then bring the DEIB down.
As an action.
Yeah.
What do we think
Which are
about
the two
that?
that we haven't exactly combined.
That's where we started. But actually, that's where we started, but that's okay, because that's a part of the process. Now we know why we got there.
Right?
No, because you got B and C combined, and that.
Yeah.
and that-
Yeah.
But we just took your service, but you're also bringing the value.
So it would say demonstrate a conscious culture of service,
And value.
value, appreciation.
That combines B and C, right there, right?
Yeah.
That
Are we
combines
good
B
with
and
that?
C, and then you're just
Yeah.
bringing the DEIB down.
And now you're working.
That's it.
Is that okay with you?
We just went back where we started. I mean, it was good in the first one.
Okay.
We can add service, and I'm adding appreciation back, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and then DEIB.
And then
goes down.
DI
Journalism
can be the very
next.
first
We're gonna
bullet
leave that.
underneath.
Okay.
And you can have, then you have, the way students can do that, the way
Right.
staff can do that,
Right.
the way the board can do that.
Okay, so B and C now have
All right.
come under one column. Okay. Are there any, if you look at, currently, if you look at board goal B and you look at the bullets, are there any bullets that you would say under the current B that are outdated, need to be changed, that shouldn't fit anymore or don't fit anymore because they've been accomplished? Any bullets in particular before we do any adding of anything? Are there any that we should pull back
Big picture with EMC, what.
together?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, what cancels each other out or to combine.
Right. Or what was really specific to, I mean, a lot of districts had sort of a board goal C because of post-pandemic, a real feeling of need to
Welcoming back.
concentrate our efforts to make people feel like we are so glad you're back, we're here, we're taking care of the need.
And now we're doing like a lot of these things, ongoing.
Okay.
So a lot of these bullet points that you see under board goal C, are happening at the school sites and at the district level ongoing already.
So they don't need to be goals necessarily, but staff needs to hear, we want to keep those are
Yes.
things that are part of the plan now. Okay.
And the same thing applies to board goal B, that some of the bullets, we are conscious of the fact that we need to make people-focused decisions. We need to think about how it's going, every decision, how it's going to impact students, their learning, how it's going to impact our personnel. So we're always thinking about our decisions within that framework. Using data to inform decisions, we're constantly bringing data to the board through presentations at their open session meetings. We are constantly, as a cabinet, looking at data every week, 3 or 4 times a week. We're looking at the data. School sites too. They're looking at their data. We're, as a matter of fact, as part of our professional development at our learning summit coming up next week, Dr. Richter's bringing in a group to talk with principals and district office personnel about using data to inform our decisions. And so we're going to be working really, really hard on that going forward. So some of these things are just automatically now happening. So I think the board, if you look at those two goals being combined, what do you want to see us doing? What are you thinking about when you want to create this culture? What does that mean to you for the upcoming year?
I think like increased awareness with DEIB. I think we're pretty aware now. I think in the same sense of stabilizing, continuing with our supporting, not like on an awareness campaign.
So is it deepening
It's
the
become
application? Is it?
culture more, right?
It is, and I know how the adults are doing that, and we should really look at how, and it's so interesting because the younger generations are very, in tune to diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. I mean, they really, really are. Now it's quite impressive. We have a citywide effort on DEIB, and Dr. Rose is a part of that. I come in and out of that. The chief of police serves, the fire chief. Actually, the board president's husband is chairing that. She doesn't attend for some reason. I don't know.
Good.
She knows what's happening.
Yeah,
So.
Inside scoop.
But so there's a citywide effort to be more inclusive.
So board, as you think of the goal then around deepening that work, are there specific actions that you want to, and not the how, but the what, the big, this is what we really as a board want to see. It could be around deepening the work, and then the action plan is going to be about furthering those relationships, could be a whole number of things. Continue to provide speakers so they'll feed you back that plan. Are there things here that you want to have continue to stay on the radar for staff?
Guidelines that we I think right now at the movie, and I love them. So we're kind of too aligned on that probably because we get really deep into it. But I think right now, because I have kids who are young, so I know that there's little pieces everywhere. And I think this also maybe taps into that we can maybe possibly pull, because so much of that value piece of it, making people feel valued and feel appreciated, goes inclusivity. And is there a consistency of what we promote in and teach across our entire experience? If we're really talking about a TK-12 experience, where are you starting here as a TK, or where is that going to? I don't know that we have. I mean, we have started that journey with the practices. That's all about belonging and inclusion, empathy, collaboration.
That's a great, well, we started practicing a great bullet point.
We're expanding it every year. Last year, we piloted it with 4 cohorts, 1 cohort at every school site, and we're expanding it this year.
I mean, you need to shine a light on that.
So that'd be a great board goal.
Like if we're looking at short term, the mandated ethnic studies, what is that going to look like for our district? What that's basically it. What is that going to look like? Because it's new, have to do it. It's a change and make it work for us.
Right.
Craft it.
We have a committee that's working on that, and it can either be included into social science, you can fold it into English courses, language arts, you can fold it, or you can have it standalone. And so I don't think that decision has yet been made.
You may. I didn't know if you were finished. No, it has not been made. We did, board member Jane Chong was with us last year. We attended a 3-day institute on ethics studies to see how other school districts have already begun that work. And we had a team from the high school
it's a high school initiative, or mandate, join us. And then starting this fall, that team is gonna regroup, and begin those conversations. But we did get an opportunity to see how other schools are doing it. Some do it as a standalone class, some do it as, having it integrated into social science and history classes. Some also have it in language arts. We're gonna do that in the fall.
That's gonna be a big conversation, because you have to look at your culture and your community. We've already had some citizens come to the district office and say, you're not gonna teach that CRT stuff, are you?
But that's in the messaging.
So,
Right.
I know, it is, I know, there's gonna have to be some education, there's gonna have to be some communication to the public on what it is and what it isn't. So, some of that work.
So good.
start to do.
So that sounds like a good work. I heard two things, so let me just back up. One, explore a framework for DEI TK 12. Right?
Right.
That sort of what you said. That's one. And then two is develop a ethnic studies approach that fits, that meets our board objectives and the San Marino community's needs, or something along those lines. Because that is something good to shine a light on. It is, your staff's going to be doing that, but then to say as a board, that's a goal for us. We want to make sure that we are not just meeting the letter of the law, but we are actually ensuring that it's what we value as a school district and that it's meeting the needs of our community.
That's good. And you're already deep into the work, and so that's helpful. It just now the board validates and says we see that. Yeah.
So yes, no, input, discussion. I'll write it up. Then we can take it apart.
That's okay.
So while she's writing down her questions, do we take out use data to inform decisions? Clearly, we do that all the time. I mean, is that just something that's superfluous? It's just something can we just take it off, and just because we take it off doesn't mean we're not doing it? We're doing it.
Right.
Clearly, you do it every day. I mean, it's just a longer list.
So Lena brought up that when we went to the institute, they actually said that the work of the board, it starts with me. And so the board has to make that resolution and commitment to say this is what we do, to then empower the staff to pass some direction on it. That was sort of the first thing that all of the.
And this, by having this bulletin, it would allow for that. That would be one of the next steps that the board would take with that.
I think it's important to highlight that it has community that we're really responding. Yeah. I think that's going to be the part that we're not understanding.
Well, because it's a headline, it's a hot topic as far as headlines, but when you dig in, not harmful.
I hear the group also saying too that we're okay with taking out use data to inform decisions. That's a practice. That's what we do. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, to build connections, I actually would propose to add build meaningful connections. Because our students and staff, a meaningful connection or relationship is really what.
I was going to say increase. So students, staff, and school sites. Because when we're integrating or have all those steps that we're really trying to integrate. However we can say
What was the first part you said, Francesca? I'm sorry.
Increase.
Increase between student, staff, your community.
Yeah.
And then for how to engage. Yeah.
You want to say increase connections and engagement?
No, I think we're taking out build connections and just saying increase engagement.
Oh, got it.
What do you mean by that? I would say that would be staff creation. We're doing stuff like that.
think when you think about, you talked about the possibility of a bond and how important it is that if we're going to do facilities use, do we bring the community in to make sure that engagement with them so they have an upfront understanding before we ever go to them about projects. And so that type of engagement as well, probably.
All the way
That type
around,
of
right?
engagement by also increasing communication. I know we communicate in many different ways, but I feel like people are still missing the message, missing the data.
I mean, a singular voice with what
Yeah.
is.
So that would fit under that.
I think our elementary schools could increase each other. They kind of operate as islands a little bit, and the kids there kind of meet at Huntington, and that's about it. There's like 3 points of they intersect with the fifth grade, but those things, because yes, they each have their own culture, and that is so true, and they have different types of leaders, like different leadership styles, which I think actually fit well at each site. But I think they should.
Yeah, I think it's good to put this, but we need to listen what administrator, especially school science, or school science principal, how we will implement this.
Engagement.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're, I'll speak for you, but we're always looking for ways to increase engagement.
Absolutely.
And I think having that as a board goal, just keep, they are going to engage in those things. But again, remember what you bubble up as a body, as a board, it doesn't have to be something new and different than what they are doing. Partly what you do with board goals is elevate to the top. They can do anything, they can't do everything. And so knowing what are those really top priorities in that area, help them then focus and harness the work and keep the board apprised of it. Would that make sense to you all as a goal?
Yeah.
The increased engagement of students, staff, and community.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, you never arrive, right? That is one that I've never been somewhere, we're like, we're done, we've done that, we've got all the engagement we need. Because I mean, I think it was Joanna earlier who was talking about, one of you two, I look over there and sometimes I just hear and don't see, but somebody said, they said they didn't get it and we'd sent it out 3 times and they never knew there were meetings in public. It was like, we try, we do a lot of it, but just to keep that forefront. I also heard restorative practices under this goal. Is that something the board wants to have the staff continue to focus on as a goal?
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a good focus. I think
It is.
it's student centered, right? We're solving the problem. We're not just exporting the problem. We are students.
And it's broad enough that now staff has actions and behaviors underneath that they can develop to support that. It's not too narrow to begin with, which is good. I want to make a suggestion first of all, kudos to you all for saying, hey, let's combine something, because it's much easier to say, yeah, that's great, and move on. You did hard work there and said, okay, this is really where we are now. So my suggestion would be to now have superintendent take all of the bullets that we kind of have, some of the bullets that we've taken out that we feel like that's just a practice of what we do, clean these 2 up and have that be something that the board gets to look at now before. So we've done that, which if in doing that, before we say let's add a goal, even if we're considering that, let's go to board goal D.
Yep.
For the board goal C, the
Yes.
last one. So I'm just asking how we promote employee health. Have we done this?
So yes, we do it all the time out of HR. There is
Just about the fair, right? Besides the health fair.
well, we have a health fair, but then ongoing, there's a wellness company that is contracted with.
2 or 3 of them. 2 or
Yeah.
3.
And so we're sending literature to our employees all the time about healthy lifestyles, healthy eating. There's all kinds of opportunities for our employees to engage, even in competition sometimes with the number of steps that they have. So we are doing a lot of work
through our human resources for our employees' wellness. And we know that that's how we have better engagement, fewer
Because right now, I
absences.
think in the healthcare, health and wellness, so that is the full. Well, health is more like
Right.
Physical health.
Physical health,
and
right.
Wellness, mental health.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and we
combine them.
combine them, right? Because we have services for psychiatric treatment, interventions. If you have an aging parent that you're caring for, health advocate can step you through that process, provide you with literature, provide you with support. They can also provide you with counseling if you need it, if you're going through a divorce, if you have financial difficulty, your spouse has lost his or her job, you need financial help and support and advice. They connect you with people. So we have a robust program that really takes care of both the health and wellness of all of our employees. Dr. Rose is very much a part of that.
If I could, the last two bullets in that section, green, but in particular, what Trustee Chang has just brought up. I read 2 articles in the last 3 days that are talking about in K-12 education that at the negotiating table, this concept around health and wellness is going to be a driver in the next 10 years. And we haven't even begun to think about how that might look different, what might be things we would negotiate even. And so I think from a board perspective, it's a very forward-looking goal to think that's something we want our staff to begin to think about, either formally through negotiations or even just through our daily actions and behaviors. I think it paints a board in a very forward-looking way, especially with some of the new articles I'm reading that are out there. So kudos to you guys for already having it, but I think to elevate it now a little bit, like this might be a differentiator for us, I think is really important.
And I think again, we add that because right now, these have been sort of curricularly focused, student focused, having 2 other bullets on there that say the board really still has these goals around staff support.
That would mean a lot
Yeah.
to people within our organization. So I think to add that is brilliant.
Okay.
And teacher stress has increased after the pandemic. I'm reading article after article about how to manage teacher stress and anxiety, which I send to you as well. But it's an issue. It's a real problem. I send you
And
the
the
teachers
teachers.
too. Yes, I do. And you take care of it very well.
I think that gives you a really balanced goal that looks at the whole organization. Okay. Anything else that you think is missing from this newly created board goal B?
I think we should, this is my opinion, I think we should instill a sense of SMUSD pride and confidence in the community.
Okay.
That is so important for our continued success in so many ways. And so we all need to be cognizant of that.
Board agrees with that?
And
When I was putting the shorthand
that connects to connecting with the alumni, with all of those type of things. It fits.
I was first thinking distinguish ourselves by providing unique learning opportunities for students who we move to goal D. But if we look at, that's how you're being more inclusive by providing lots of things, supporting the different clubs, supporting the different interests. Yeah, so I think,
And I immediately think of our Caltech program and our humanities course here at the Huntington. That is a very unique learning opportunity for our students that don't necessarily find in other districts. And so I think that we are doing that.
but it's not all that
right?
It's not all that inclusive, because it's like, what, 21 kids out of 800.
That's true. We could look at ways to expand that, but also think of other programs, right? Because one of the things that we have talked a lot about, I think, is making sure that we have something for every student at every level, right? How are we connecting with our highest performing students? How are we connecting? Yes, exactly.
When it comes up to
Yeah. And so we need to provide unique opportunities for every student who's interested in that.
Yeah.
Which is not easy. It's
No.
challenging.
Well, and I was going to say earlier, when you give me the numbers of your high school, and I think master schedule, my high class.
My eye starts to
That
twitch.
is, yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, like things like
Not easy.
opening up the AP. They're not restricted, and
Well, and that's huge. We've done that over the years. We used to have very limited access to APs, and now we have open access to
Right.
APs, but that was a
Game
huge.
changer, right?
That was a big step.
Big lift. Oh, yeah.
Big step.
Hard for
Hard.
our teachers, right?
When I first started at Santa Monica, kids signed their life away to get
Yeah.
into an AP.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
Kids are doing very well.
Yeah.
They're not only surviving, but they're thriving in these
Sure.
environments.
Right.
So,
All right. I'll let Greg start.
Okay. Or goal, let's transit, because we're going to leave off saying, okay, staff, as superintendent's office, take these bullets, reformat these bullets, reformat the verbiage of this goal so the board can look at that and make any final decisions or input with that. Let's transition to board goal D then. And just looking at
I'm
the,
renaming 23-24 for goal C, just. so
thank you,
know.
okay. So what would be the new C? Produce high quality global citizens. Thoughts on keeping, changing, adjusting? Nothing below that, just that first part.
So board goal.
It fits with your vision. I remember right, vision? Yes, it was with the vision. You talk about global, I think it was in the vision, wasn't it, or the mission? One of the two, you talked about that. So that's a match.
Yeah, it's in the missioners.
Okay. Then as we look at the bullets below, let's go through that kind of farming process now. Anything that we look at and say, we need to adjust that, we need to change in some way, we need to maybe take out and add. Any thoughts on that? Any other thoughts on that? I mean, we would hope, okay, we would hope we do it.
Again, it goes to
Okay, we'll keep it elevated. You're saying keep it elevated. We want to change the length, so that's a good place then. Do we keep versus not? So maybe the answer is we need to change the language a little bit to make it something. So if we were to change the language, just look at that one for a second. Any thoughts? Engage in deep learning opportunities.
Okay, yeah. Consistently engage.
I don't think it's that at all.
But how will that be measured?
I was just gonna ask
Evaluated?
that.
Yeah, how is that gonna be measured? I mean, that's subjective in a way to every person, unless you define it specifically, and then we push that out, right? And then that is gonna be really difficult to make sure that everybody is adhering to that, because teachers have the time. I'm just not sure how to
Well,
define that.
About collaborative.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that, yeah. 'Cause I don't know, unless you guys have a definition for deep learning.
I remember right from last year when they created this, it was, I think, the talk was about how the board wanted the students to be able to have the opportunity to kind of, instead of, go
You
deep.
can water ski or you can
Yeah.
scuba dive.
Scuba dive or water ski. I think that was where that came
So it's-
from
it's-
last year.
It's kind of what we were talking about, I think, so I can find a picture of a turtle or a sea cucumber and label it, not a deep learning, or I can create a plan to save this part of the ocean, or a sustainability plan, or deep learning is the application, it's it's those other pieces of the new Bloom's taxonomy, but getting to that deeper understanding versus it's constructive, it's meaningful, typically hands-on, versus enough knowledge to pass a test and get a high grade and not have
I
it
think
be
it's still
immersive.
gonna be subjective.
Yeah, it's still gonna be subjective, but also, I mean, if that's the definition, that should be happening in every classroom.
Absolutely.
Even if
That's why,
it's not
yeah.
improvement.
Right.
And that's absolutely correct. We were talking around eight earlier. That's the knowledge.
Right.
And, that can
Great,
complexity.
yeah, thank you. DOK was what I was looking for. I
Yes.
couldn't find it, yep.
All students receive that because we don't have a big program, we have it for all students.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. No,
So I agree with you, it's like constructivist learning, project-based, inquiry-based learning is, I think that's
The deeper, right,
yeah.
deeper meaningful learning opportunity. So a couple of things. These are board goals phrased a little bit as what students are going to do. So I would think maybe about from your board role, right? What's the goal that you're asking staff to achieve? And it sounds like it's maybe a meshing of those. So, and I look at you have achieved success in the 4 A's. So we could spend 30 minutes defining success, right? But I do think it's about thinking about as a board, what are you saying to staff? These are the kind of learning environments that we want you to oversee, secure, have them happen consistently, right? So produce high quality global citizens. What are you as a district doing? You're providing relevant, rigorous, I'm not going to use, I've been on Daggett all day today, relationships. But you're providing what kind of a learning environment that does what for kids. And then they're going to figure out, how does that look? How do we monitor it?
The 4D, we put the high quality global citizen. Actually, I have a question on this, and I always challenge you. I'm not sure our current education create a global citizen. Because actually in the San Marino, I think a lot of parents, they already have a global view. Yep. Because they are professional, they are in the politics or they are in the international business. Right. I don't think our staff, the teacher, they are at that level. Yeah, they are good in teaching in their professional English, math. Their view not go outside of the Marino. Because like this week, I think international they are talking about AI. I don't know if that the teacher they know what's going on. Jason Huang, is a creator the AI and then only go to the top 10 the worst. Yeah. So this kind of right. Also, like a world-class education, I'm challenging. Yeah. Because I know until some of the alumni of high school, they go to the Silicon Valley, they work for Facebook or the Google, and then suddenly, their view is wild. So I think the parent community they also is waiting to see what what can create something different. Yeah. Because if that we go that direction, I think will increase the enrollment. So I haven't seen this. To be honest with you, this is the first time I speak out. Yeah, and that's what happens when you review them and think about them differently.
So are you suggesting that we take out the word global and replace it with something, or is it? No,
I like to have a global, but I don't know what we really.
He just questions what are we really doing today?
Right. Maybe it's like we're producing students who are prepared to be global citizens, like they are high functioning, contributing members of society that can go out into the world confidently.
Yeah, we're preparing them.
Yeah, we're preparing them to do that. We're not actually
preparing. So instead of producing, preparing graduates to be high quality global citizens.
I don't think graduates. I think you could go K through 12 on
preparing students.
Because it's like
preparing students to be high quality global citizens.
Producing well prepared.
Producing.
I mean, I don't know.
Responsible.
Okay, so
responsible.
I feel like we don't really produce. We play a role. I feel like we guide them.
Right.
We are not solely responsible for producing.
Yeah, you're right. And
so,
thank goodness.
And how do you quantify that?
Yeah, so maybe if we're gonna look at that, do we guide instead of saying we're introducing.
I think it's framework again.
Yeah, this is,
Lena was saying.
Facilitate, prepare, you're preparing,
Preparing, I like that.
yeah, preparing.
So,
Or providing students with a well-rounded education, or providing students with.
I wrote something like provide, this is earlier, provide conditions for success, like a learning environment that is up to date and forward thinking. Student centered.
I like that.
Shall I start drafting?
I actually added that to our cornerstone.
Yeah, when you say create the conditions.
I said, provide the conditions for success. Provide conditions for success. And then it would be a learning environment that is student centered, up to date.
What do we mean by, like, in layman's terms? What do we mean? I mean, are we trying, good kids who are open-minded? Is that what we're trying to prepare? When they leave us, or when we want good kids who are open-minded?
Responsible to their communities, responsible to their families.
Contributing.
Yeah.
I think that's a little limiting for what we do.
That's all I'm asking. What is,
I think that's a little basic.
This is
And
basic.
San Marino hates being basic.
Okay, yeah, right.
And that's why we use the word global.
Like the biggest insult you can say to someone in San Marino is you're basic. I mean.
Right.
It's kind of, I understand why you came up with this.
Yeah.
Right? I totally understand it. And I wonder, because I do think as you get into, this is more something you're going to formulate into a sub goal that then they're going to implement and monitor, right? But I wonder if it isn't just more about the verb choice here. And I get what, Mr. Chang's saying, we're going to grapple with, is it really global citizens that they're ready to be? But I do think that your goal is, and I think Francesca said this as well, we want these kids who can go out and be successful anyway, right? That's our goal. So,
Prepare high quality global citizens.
yeah, I think we're maybe spending too much time on that.
And when we were thinking that when we were talking about global citizens, we were talking about students who are multilingual, students who are tech savvy, students who know how to navigate the world, so that if they went on a trip out of country, they would be comfortable in that environment. They could do business in that environment. One of the things that we're doing, right, is we're implementing the dual language immersion program. So theoretically, we're hoping to have students that are coming up to San Marino High School that are able to speak, read, and write in at least 2 different languages, right? Which really does prepare them to be more prepared to work in business internationally, right?
Absolutely.
So that could fall under the category of global, right? If you're tech savvy, the world is becoming much smaller due to technology.
That is
right?
true. Yep.
I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong with this, but I don't think just this problem is like that we're comparing high quality global citizens as a goal. I think the problem is what we're actually
Are we doing it? Yeah.
Underneath.
Then world languages,
Family
DLI,
values.
right?
Yeah,
That's what I'm
provide
saying,
that,
yeah.
right?
And I just want to piggyback off what Linda said, in addition to what Linda said. When I think of not just, I don't focus on people, I think of what are we doing to prepare our students to be successful worldwide with skills for jobs and careers that don't even exist
That's
yet.
right. Yeah.
How are we creating opportunities for them to learn those skills that can be applied to positions that have not even been created yet?
Well, one of the things I was sort of thinking of in preparing or producing high quality global citizens, for our role in what's quantifiable would be holding in the facilities work too, because you need that framework. It's not so much what you're forcing them to be, it's like we're giving them that environment so that they can soar. We're not the ones doing that work.
I heard you say at least 4 or 5 different things around in a good way. If we had to define which I think is important for the bullets underneath, the global citizen, I heard multilingual. It fits with programmatically some of the things you've recently done and that you are recognizing as achievement. Tech savvy, collaborative, globally responsible. Is there anything else we would add? Globally responsible with sustainability. Is there anything we would add? So if we're let's get really narrow for a second. If we just want to describe what the high quality global citizen, what would they have? They would be possibly multilingual, tech savvy, collaborative, globally responsible. Yeah, digital citizen, absolutely. Digital citizen's bigger, right? Because there's a responsibility part to that.
Here's the definition of global citizen. A global citizen is someone who is aware and understands the wider world and their place in it. They're a citizen of the world. They take an active role in their community and work with others to make our planet more peaceful, sustainable, Joanna, and fairer. So it's about citizenship, right?
Social justice.
Social justice, about
cultural competency.
Cultural awareness and competency, absolutely. And so those things I think we actually are doing. We can work on the sustainable, part. Active global citizen. High quality is subjective. High quality is definitely subjective. Active global citizen.
What about produce well prepared global citizen?
Responsible.
I like responsible.
Produce responsible global citizens. People
wouldn't.
wouldn't.
They take an active role in their community, right? So community service, we have that as a graduation requirement, right? Teaching our youth that it is important to be part of their community, to give back. Engaged,
active. I'm trying to think of.
So if you put responsible at the top as then down below, one of it could be local and global awareness. Because I think you don't want you want local awareness too. You want them to understand and contribute back, just like you're asking your local community to contribute back. You want them to have that habit when they leave, that they would want to contribute back. So you want them to have both local and a global awareness. Yes. So you had multilingual, digital citizen, collaborative, local and global awareness.
Community service, environmentally aware, environmentally conscious.
Environmentally aware, action oriented. Curious and creative.
Because I feel like when we keep talking about what's coming and we don't know what's coming, what we want is to make sure our kids know how to constantly be curious, know how to feed the curiosity, how to access the information, how to use it, how to manipulate it, how to use it to turn into action. And that requires creativity. Because that ultimately is what they have to have 15 years from now.
Right.
So if the board says all of these things we just mentioned, including action-oriented, curious, so on, that helps to say to staff, create that classroom for me. Here is what we're seeking in order to have this type of a graduate. Create that classroom for me, which is that work. And so I think it's a nice bridge. So as you look at that goal, it may be, instead of longer sentences, under this goal, it may be something specific as multilingual, digital citizen, collaborative, some of the others, environmental awareness, action-oriented, curious and creative. It's almost like a student profile. That's what we want.
Almost like this.
Help us find that.
That's right.
Help us find the resources, help us find the staff, help us have the programs. Does that get us closer? I know.
So what if it's almost like
You set us on a good path. Yeah, I know. Come on,
Would
Sam.
this sentence frame those bullets then? Provide the conditions for success of today's student-centered learning environments that prepare students
To be.
bilingual, blah, 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 blah.
That would be nice. Yeah, so we have the big one, then that catch-all kind of there, and then we have that listing of some of the things that we think are important. And maybe we're at that point again where we'll take that listing of the things we just kind of brainstormed, give that to staff, let them put that in a format, and now for you to look at it again.
Like the first bullet point and this are kind of repetitive too. So yeah, I know. I think those are obviously things that were very important.
We have something in there about compassion.
Okay. Okay. Right now, we'll just. Empathy, multilingual, digital citizen, collaborative. So let's at least do what we're doing. We're gonna have a nice bulleted list. You guys format it, get it to where, because sometimes when you get things formatted, you can see it. All of a sudden it strikes you differently too. Like you were saying, let's see it. So we've got enough to where we can see it. I think we've done a good job of trying to address what do we mean when we say global citizen? You know, that whole.
You know, I'm not trying to deny. Actually, we are doing the good. But you know, the compared to other school districts, we are so lucky. You know, for the family background, for the surrounding next to the Caltech and the located neighborhood in the Huntington Library. We need to come out. You know, let the I think encourage the student to
do that.
To learn,
To take advantage of where they are.
I think with that, when they graduate from the San Marino High School, I can say that they are ready to work.
And that's a part of that local awareness as well as global awareness. But the local awareness is the resources that are around you and maximize, which is work for staff. I want to, if it's okay with the group, we'll get through this. Now, which leads us, before we get to cornerstones and
Can I just
looking
say
at that.
one thing before I
Oh,
forget it?
yeah, go.
Have you guys done a profile of the graduate?
Graduate profile?
We're gonna work on that, but
No, I'm just saying, because honestly, this is some of your brainstorming.
You're leading into
right
it.
here.
Right.
Okay.
so yesterday we had, we were gonna do that yesterday afternoon. We ran out of it, but we weren't going to do the entire thing.
Yeah.
Because it is a process.
It is a
We need
process.
to have stakeholder
Yep.
input in the portrait of a graduate. And
Yep.
so that is going to happen over a series of meetings. And so what Dr. Ott was gonna do yesterday was talk the board through the process. So
Okay,
I
good.
will send you information on what the process looks like, and then we will roll that out. But the board is gonna want to have stakeholder
It's a-
input.
yeah.
In the 4As and that sort of thing. And so we're gonna be doing that actively, but it's not.
But I'm just
like a one
thinking,
and
you
done.
guys already have some preconceptions
Right.
about what
Yes.
that's gonna look like. Okay. Back to you.
No, you're great, because the reality is if you are going to do a portrait of the graduate, that actually, if you say we're producing high quality global citizens, then we want to have a portrait of the graduate. So that's a great next step. Right. That's perfect.
And then annually,
You can
staff is
revisit.
telling you, here's the progress we're making toward that goal.
So three goals, because we did a combining to make it stronger and have more clarity to it. Is there a fourth goal? It's just a question. Is it 3? I heard Trustee Chang earlier say something about safety and wellness. And I'm just, both of us sat here. It's the only time we'll be editorial for a moment. We both looked at each other and said, yeah, we probably have something on safety and wellness. It's just to that, it's to that level now. And that's a TK12 kind of concept. I see staff kind of nodding too, and I see some board members kind of nodding. So we wanted to at least take a run today before we go at what the theme would be. So if there was a board goal D, again, what would the boldface be? What would the main phrase be around safety and wellness? Create, maintain.
Take that from the cornerstone for success, where it says provide a safe environment.
Ah.
We use that as our board goal. B, maybe.
Yeah. Right, and then we'll figure out how we do that.
I mean, we have put that into action. Cameras, we have different systems in place.
Wellness centers.
Then we have the mental well-being, the different counselors on site.
Assessment, multidisciplinary, crisis intervention teams.
Like, I feel that is quantifiable when we say that.
And I'll ask a question.
Provide a safe environment.
Do we want to consider? So I 1,000% yes. I mean, it's right there. I'm finding in so much of the literature that I'm reading is every time we're reading the word safety, it's being matched with wellness. That in order to, in organizations, whether it's a business organization, so Harvard Business Review kind of stuff, or K-12 stuff, that they're intertwined, that in order to have the safety we want, although they need to sit different, there's safety, and certain safety protocols are the way that kids enter and exit campuses, the way we do drop-off pickup, just all those kinds of things, clearly. But there is a place where the two of them come together is what they're trying to say. So my question is, do we want to say provide an environment of safety and wellness, or provide or do we just want to have it be safety and then wellness is something that comes underneath it? That's my question. Is wellness a part of the main or just safety?
Golden bell for this coming year for wellness, and I think if we put a word goal as the title, I think it really should.
And those apps aren't due till June 30th, so.
I know, we're working on it.
Any other thoughts on?
How would you want it?
What did you say?
Well, I pretty much just worked off of what Trustee Lamb was saying, and provide an environment of safety and wellness. And it's district wide. If I'm a teacher, that's for me. If I'm a student, that's for me. If I'm a parent, that's for me. If it's my community, because I support the schools through the parcel tax and the bonds, that's for me. That it's broad enough that it fits everyone.
Good.
Yes.
Students provide a safer environment for everybody.
Yeah. I mean, sadly,
and you don't know what you're preventing years
right
down the line.
That's the part. Right. And it's restorative in nature. So you hit that, you have a crossover there. Yeah, which helps them engage in the culture and just all those things you're talking about. So they all go together. Do we want to brainstorm bullets real quick from the board perspective on, okay, here are some things that we think, again, not the how, but the what side, what bullets might fall under this?
Security, mentoring. That's where you can move like from board goal B before provide robust.
Yes.
The social awareness.
Yeah. Even the restorative practice.
Might fit there better.
Mm-hmm.
Restorative practices.
And where do you put like the physical facilities,
Yeah, I'd put plant safety, or facility safety, school site and district safety. Restorative practices, robust counseling.
Well, I think maybe instead of saying robust counseling, I don't know if robust counseling services actually that's referring to college counseling. Oh, yeah. Why do you have to? We wanted to take those academic. You're starting to run out of time. I feel like you should
put them separate.
Like instead of saying counseling services, to me that's even more of a how. So we say a framework for mental, you know.
Framework for
I like
student, a
that.
framework for student.
Mental
And
health
that
and
will go
well-being.
under it, and they will create programs based on to support or.
Just drafting, we can change it however we want.
Also somewhere in there, the need to recognize that when they're looking at their own personal mental health, the impact it has on them. Because I think when you're only looking inward, you tend to prioritize the self over community. And I do think that part of building a safe environment is being invested in people. I'm going to care more about my fellow students than about myself sometimes. And I don't know how we do that, but I think that creates a safe environment.
It's the right concept. I'm trying to get words to, that's the, yeah.
And then I feel like if I know people have my back, I'm going to feel safe to try something new. That's one of our biggest things we accomplished with our VAPA program, is our students go out and take big risks, literally on stage,
right?
Knowing their classmates are going to cheer for them and not mock them. And I mean, it was so cute. They were like these kids who like had no idea what they're doing, and everybody's cheering them on stage. That was so more beautiful than watching somebody technically perfect be cheered on.
Kind of a part of the work you're doing here in this school.
But I think that's part of feeling safe.
Yeah, right. Oh, I agree.
And I don't know how to word that.
A lot of parents, I mean, rightfully so, and I totally agree that we need to provide a safe environment physically, because if it's not safe, like, our fences need to be secured, things like that. If there's not actual safety, we can't, if something harms them.
Well, I mean, honestly, I had a conversation with a parent who was bullied for a number of years and then took their child out. I went through the same experience with my children. Because my child was bullied. And we chose to stay, and my child was bullied. But I have a friend who will not under these circumstances because she does not trust that this is going to be a safe environment. And it is a very unique case. And I think eventually the person may come around when they see what has changed and transpired over the years. Right. But I think ultimately when you send your kid to school, you want them to feel safe.
So it's sort of that ensuring a nurturing, caring,
knowing the difference between a lockdown and a lockdown.
Right.
It's a big thing, and that, I mean, it takes so long to build the trust, and just one thing like that to lose it.
Well, enhance training opportunities for staff in terms of like safety and parents, yeah, because I think some of this is lost in communications on how and what's going on. So enhance safety training.
Again, these are a lot of wise doing. And it's elevating. Yeah, right. And you're just trying to bring it.
Yeah, that's okay. It is. This is one of those topics that it's okay that we keep, even though we know we're doing the work, it's okay from a board perspective of saying, we really want you to do the work. Right. I mean, we can't, because this is, if we can't do this one column, it's really hard to do all the other columns.
Right.
It is. So you talked about something, so I wrote a few things down. Invest in the trust and wellness of others. Okay, that's not a how, that's a what. The concept was, you said that if we're caring about others and we're investing in others, so I'm just throwing things out there. We don't have to do any of them. You talked about expand the safety training in some way, a safe physical and mental environment. You talked about framework for wellness.
I got that one up here.
Okay. Restorative practices. You got that one?
That one. I've got create opportunities for increased social awareness and capacity, provide framework for mental health and well-being, restorative practices, elevating or enhanced training for security and wellness community-wide.
That's good.
I think all they are mentioning is like a seasonal issue, it have to be more detailed. So because we we need to provide a safe environment, but besides that, this is considered like a risk management. Because we are a very small school district, we don't have this title. The risk management means like Mr. Chung mentioned about even, for the dance club, they are on the stage. Is that they have some risk to fall or whatever. That kind actually, we need to have a group to assess, how safe or how dangerous. Yeah, I don't know in the education we are talking about this, but in other the school, the industry we are talking about.
So, Mr. Chen, we do have a risk manager, you're looking at him right It's just that
Other
in a small
duties
school
as
district, we
assigned.
wear a lot of different hats,
Right.
right? We have a lead or staff, but these two split risk management, he's over property and liability, he has workers' comp. So, under property and liability, we're a member of a JPA.
Yeah, I think they do the one.
They walk the campuses, and we have experts in the field of risk management that are contracted with the schools to work collaboratively with Dr. Lin and all 4 principals to make sure that our campuses are safe, that we have all the programs and procedures in place to be as safe as we can. We have our injury illness prevention plans that are reviewed every single year. The school site councils look at them with the chief of police and fire chief. So we not only have a partnership with our JPA risk management experts, but we also have a very close partnership with fire and safety in San Marino.
I think we should highlight that more.
Yeah.
Because do you remember that parent email I forwarded you?
Yes.
Okay, so the background is Valentine was doing allocation. Parents wanted to do a site safety assessment on Valentine. So I said, I think Dr. Delatorre can give you an update on what we've actually done. And so I think if they don't see it constantly in bullet points.
True, but we weren't highlighting or advertising that we had the Joint Regional Intelligence Center come out and walk all 4 campuses because.
I just think that working with the different agencies.
Right, absolutely. And so we're doing a lot of stuff that people just don't know we're doing.
They shouldn't know it, but they should know you're working.
Right.
They could know that we had JRIC come out, but they can't know what they said we need to improve.
Right.
Yeah, but you're right.
They wanted to spend money on something
They
we've already
wanted to,
spent
we
money on.
already did. Well, we didn't even have to pay. They did it for free.
I know that there's a lot as we think about this area too on safety and wellness. As you sit here today too, so many of the new advances are in maximizing technology in this area.
Yes.
Whether it's how we track information, how cybersecurity, how we use even something as small as video cameras, and I mean just all those things, how people check in and out of the office.
Or utilize technology.
Utilize technology to maximize safety opportunities.
Right?
I would propose moving this to goal A, as we always keep saying safety is our #1 priority, and then we have money first kind of sends a different message. So
in the past, we haven't prioritized, and we could do that today, right? If we think it's appropriate. But in the past, the ABC wasn't in order of importance.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
Just, brain loves a hierarchy. First thing on the list is always most important.
So we can do that, right? If that's what the board would like to do, and then we can say that this is the most important goal. That's why we have this listed as goal A.
So goal D, I'm just hearing what you're proposing. Goal D would then move to A column, goal A, that if we can do this, it's going to allow us to do all these other things. Yeah.
Everybody go with that?
Move forward.
Yes. I used to tell my students this means yes.
I'm just reading it all. I'm processing it all.
Can you read my scribbles though? Yeah, so this would become A, goal A becomes B, goal B becomes C, and goal C becomes D. And I can do that right now. All right.
Okay, so I think
one more recommendation as you format this. format it differently than this year's. The brain will
See
become
something
inured
new.
to that, so make sure, yeah, do you do it differently every year? Okay.
Well, this is the first year
Okay.
that we have done this ever. So we'll format it differently though, because we're thinking about that anyway. But this is the first year that we have taken the board's goals.
It's impressive, actually.
Yeah.
It's pretty elegant for the first year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very
Yes,
good.
for sure.
And I think, the thing that's so powerful about a board goal is, like you've heard today, staff's already doing a number of things, but what we don't always do is knit it together and serve it up to the board and the community in a way that helps see the patterns. The other thing though is we do get busy doing all kinds of stuff and we need the board to bubble up and say, oh, no. These are the things we really need your attention to. And then this is your public facing piece that then helps give staff leverage to drive the changes and drive the improvements that they need because the board has said and approved this. This is our priority. These are our goals for this year. Staff develops a tactical plan, and then we get into that coherence and alignment piece that we were talking about. So it's really a powerful thing to do.
The last step, at least in this part today, is when we go to that column, I don't want to go by it because you invested in it last year. Cornerstones for success. And we took the last bullet and we actually helped that one create a new goal for us. And so that leaves professional development, educating the whole child, and data-informed practices, which if we keep that, it's okay, because we also took about making decisions based on data, so on. Is there anything from those three, keep, add, something's missing? Cornerstones imply 4. So just the English teacher in me every once in a while is gonna let's have some alignment. So we either need one more or we change cornerstones or framework for success or whatever. No, it's not.
It's not, it was just,
I like our goals.
I know, it was just an add-on last year, but we don't have.
I haven't seen it before.
Yeah, it's like a carryover, because we had a board member who served a long time ago, who came back, was appointed. And so it was something that they had, I want to say as part of their strategic plan, that
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
kind of
It looks like that.
cornerstone
It sounds
so
like, yeah.
some of the things
That
that
makes
we were
sense.
talking about and didn't fit into the goals, kind of put in the parking lot. And then we just decided to make them the
Got it.
cornerstones for
Yeah.
success.
And it worked.
And there they are.
But by having 4 goals, we have 4 corners.
Yes.
Yeah,
You do.
That's
I
true.
do. I think so.
You do.
Yep.
I feel like we didn't see it.
Okay, good. Well done.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, so next steps, as we think about it, next steps will be for staff to go now and to take what we have, and thank you, Jennifer, because I know you've been working furiously over there, trying to keep up with us. And so going through all of that and to get it in some format where now the board can look again and say, okay, here's where we are. Do we need to wordsmith? Although we've done a good job of wordsmithing today. Very thoughtful, really. And have something that I think is pretty elegant for where we are at the end of a work day.
Be aware of is that on Monday, that's when we go to UCLA to the administrative team to take these goals and create
Great.
the actual plan.
Oh, you guys are awesome.
So we're going to start working on these
Great.
Monday.
Well, at the halfway point,
Yes.
when you're exhausted, walk down the hill. There's a little place called Dee Reese, and you can get ice cream cookie sandwiches for 50 cents a
We're gonna be
piece.
in Lake Arrowhead.
Dee
We're
Reese.
gonna be in Lake Arrowhead.
Oh, up at UCLA, up that one. Okay, well then you got to go by 7-Eleven and get an ice cream sandwich. I can't help you there. That's all yours.
Yes. Can we add to high quality, the global citizen one, like high moral character? Because I think when, Mr. T always talks about the 4A plus a C, which is character, and I think we do focus on that.
We do character education, but then how do we measure whether it's?
Well, and I'm gonna argue this.
Yeah.
SMART goals are SMART goals, but when you're reporting to the board, it can be process,
Yeah.
right? It can be qualitative, it can be quantitative, but process. So it may not be that we can say, our students made better decisions and here's what we know, right? But it can actually be, here are the things that they're exposed
It's
to.
going to drive program.
Here's the training that we're doing. So you can know that those things are there, but you may not get an outcome that you measure, but it's still, because it's a goal, that's right,
Right.
they're gonna make sure.
And if you value it as a board, it will drive program.
Staff's gonna be more focused on making it.
I want to speak a little bit on board goal 8, which is our safety, health, wellness, and initiative. I want us to make sure that we consider the balance of physical versus the social emotional.
Yeah.
So while we're talking about anti-bullying education or framework, that speaks to not only PD for the teachers, identification, intervention, and support, restorative, all of that. So that multi-tier system of support needs to be in there. And when we're looking at that social emotional piece, I don't want us only focus on the physical, like bulletproof curtains and gates that are 10 feet tall with barbed wires. Because we also have a standard in San Marino where we want our kids to feel welcomed, right?
It's
So
open.
when I walk in and I'm delivering my child, I don't want to see, armed police, metal
Right.
detectors.
You're not talking about hardening the facilities
Yeah,
per se,
I
right?
want to
You're-
make sure that it balances the needs and that it, so not only our resources need to be aligned with that, but when we're looking at even the training and the people we hire, how we align our budget to what we're spending it on, I think we still need to be careful with that piece. That one is really.
That's a staff to.
That's a staff to consider, yeah.
Parentheses for that.
Back to Mrs. Chong's point about the feeling of safety on campus for students, bullying. We have available to us through the JPA program called School Ambassadors, where professionals come in and they train our kids to be upstanders as opposed to being bystanders. So when they see bullying happening, they're trained to intervene in a way that isn't threatening, that doesn't get them into trouble, that kind of, shuts down the activity and then makes the student who is being bullied feel protected and valued by that other student. And so we have the ability to have those kinds of programs in place. We have where everybody belongs. We do have programs that the students are engaging in that are designed to prevent bullying behavior from happening. Having said that, bullying happens in private schools too. So it happens everywhere. We're going to do our absolute best to make sure that we have every resource available to us to make sure that our
Like at Carter, we have the friendship bench, right? Because you sit there at lunchtime, no one eats alone, you can eat friends, right? I love that. And then all of our parents that help to support the school, Carter, is very familiar. They're making them feel safe. Traffic safety is
Right, it's physical, it's social.
Yeah. You want it to be open
Right.
and welcoming, but we still have to pick up and drop off in a way that everybody's okay. Okay. When is your next board meeting?
The 15th of June.
Okay. Madam Superintendent, I think your board has earned a 7-day reprieve of any homework, of any kind, especially coming off of all the banquets and hellos and goodbyes they've done over the past week, I'm sure. Well done. As we get to this point today, we had one article that we don't have time to get into the article, but that's okay. It's in your folder, and we have it left with you. The article.
And they have their pictures.
Oh, their pictures.
Yeah, we have to take a break.
Oh.
We're doing it at the very end after we're done.
Okay. Well, we were just going to do just one more thing for us, and then you guys definitely should do the pictures. The article that we left with you is the title is How Boards and Superintendents Can Create Effective Governance Systems. And like I mentioned, for this type of a board, this is more of a validation. Mm-hmm. Hey, how are we doing? Because I think these would be your normal best practices based on the time we spent together today, but that's also really good. So we'll just leave that with you. It's a very short read. But it's very helpful, I think, to validate. Yeah, we're in a good space.
If you've read, Michael Fullen and Davis Campbell wrote
Yes.
Governance Mindset. So
Yeah.
this is really, Davis Campbell wrote this. It's
Yeah.
just a very short, nice piece.
It's
So, but
thoughtful.
I think the affirmation piece is good. Yeah, we're on the right track as a board. We're engaging in the right work.
So the last piece that Sandy and I would like to leave you with, and I think it's really become evident to us of what your mindset is as a board. You are really, we had not met you when we first read this, but after
It's all
reading
your
it,
pictures,
right, but we hadn't met you. But after reading it, it's like, wow, they're really thinking outwardly about how to take care of their organization in some way. And so we want to finish with Molly Grisham again. And again, it's about 1 minute. She doesn't go long, but her concept is how important it is for leaders to take care of their people. And I think after all the work that you've just engaged in, it would be nice to hear her framework and what she thinks about that. So if you wouldn't mind, see if we can get Molly to talk to us one more time.
I'm Molly Grisham, and I want to help you experience light bulb moments. If there's any one thing I believe about leadership, it's that great leaders take care of their people. I think it is the hallmark of leadership that great leaders are constantly thinking about, how does this decision impact other people? How can I support my people? How can I nurture my people, develop my people? Leadership is about your people, and I think great leaders do that really, really well. Oftentimes someone will say to me, hey, I'm in this leadership position or situation, or I now have a group of people that I'm trying to guide. What can I do better? And my first question is, how are you taking care of your people in tangible ways? And if I pulled your people aside and said, how does this leader take care of you? If they can't give me tangible answers for that, then I would question your leadership, because I think great leaders take care of their people.
What was one of the key words that she said? Tangible. And you all, that's why I knew this was coming. You all wrestled with the goals today around opportunities to make sure that they were tangible. So many of your questions came around. How do we know? What does that look like? Will the public know what that means? Is it tangible enough? And so I think as Molly was speaking to us, at least today, about taking care of the people, I think it's a great board kind of mantra that, yeah, that's one of the things we do. We're taking care of our people. And through, whether it's through bonds or parcels or looking at wellness or safety, just all of those things. And so kudos to you. Sandy, anything before we?
No, it's just, I mean, I'm tired. I hope you're tired. That was a lot of good brain work, but I think, again, you've done a great job. It's clear that you all, yes, you're very different. You heard that today. You all, the diverse backgrounds and experiences, but you all have a pretty singular focused goal around San Marino Unified. And that will keep you in the right lane. And I, go back to our conversations about how do we stay prepared? How are we cutting edge? How are we preparing our kids for what we don't know yet? And I think, again, it is all about the continued dialogue, the evaluation of where you are versus where you want to be, and then continuing to engage in this action setting process. And I think, your staff, having your staff here, I just really commend you for having the cabinets. We were talking earlier, sometimes cabinets are invited, sometimes they're not invited. And I told Greg this morning, I'm so glad they're here, because there's always something lost in translation when they're not here. And, you've seen them all day taking notes. Oh, somebody said that. Oh. And that's what we do, because they really want to enact the board as a body's vision, but they also want to work with you as individuals and help you build your rearview mirror, know what's the legacy that you're leaving behind. So thank you for all the work that you did today. We really enjoyed our time here. So thank you.
And I want to just say thank you, Dr. Lyons, thank you, Dr. Putko. You both are amazing professionals and you have a stellar legacy that you've left, and you continue to do the good work in education by helping to lead us through goal setting and all the other workshops that you do up and down the state. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to both of you for being here today. And I do want to thank the Board of Education for their having to sit through 2 days of pretty intense work. And so congratulations on surviving that. You did a great job. You were all so engaged in the process, which is really incredible. Thank you so much for that. You are truly what makes our school district so great, always forward thinking and really caring about the work that you do. So I admire and respect each one of you.
Thank you to Jennifer for planning this
Hey,
whole thing.
Jennifer, yay. Yeah.
For getting the ball rolling with us.
Yes.
Your Edison connection.
Yes.
And thank you to my hardworking staff. Without them, I wouldn't be in the upright position half of the time. That extends to you too, Jennifer. Thank you. And thank you to Eric who stepped up.
Yep.
And
Thanks, Eric.
Eric.
Nice to meet you, Eric. Thank you.
Thank you.